There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che sono meglio.
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because they're just another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
I know.
El Manito.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagay?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one.
It's actually very complicated at higher levels.
Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes!
Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible, I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful!
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me because another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Me too!
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist star.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Happy partner anniversary day, everyone. I'm trying to ask Vila how many years, what kind of anniversary it is. Vila has no idea. So happy 7, 8 years, maybe, something like that. We're here to watch day 7 of the Prague Chess International. In frame, the only sister who has gotten her camera up and running. It's Alexandra Botez with the black pieces. She's going up against Josef Bensi today. She's gonna need a win. She's gonna need a win, essentially, to make up for the fact that she has lost a couple of games, lost some rating points to some kids, and a win is needed to make up for that. I thought they were going to end up playing each other. I estimated the chance at like 20%. And they're not too far off, but they're not that close either. So Alexandra is facing someone 1804. And Andrea is like 17 something. So it's not super close, but it's in the vicinity. They're less than 5 boards apart. Is there a probability for them to play tomorrow? Honestly, if they both lose, then maybe. But if they both win, they're both gonna get higher rated opponents, I would expect. Alexandra's opponent at the board. Let's see if I can get him a bit into the frame. Alexandra's opponent today, not super old, but older than 12, which is where we're putting the benchmark for Alexandra at this point. Where's Andrea? Is Andrea late again? Yes. Classic Andrea. I mean, I would disagree if it was false, but since it's true, I will let chat have their moment. What's their score so far? They're on 2.5 points out of 6. So gonna need a win here for Alexandra. And frankly, Andrea's having a great tournament regardless of how she does in this game, but she has won 2 white games in a row, and she has white again today. I think we're having some relay issues. Just a suspicion. Fast one? Yeah. I have a feeling that something is up. I'm not sure that's the correct relaying of the situation. Easiest win? Yeah. Technical issues, easiest win in the world. Okay, game starts. Shake hands on all boards. Alexandra struggling to get the clock started, but off she goes. And her opponent plays pawn to e4, which is the normal way for him to play. Alexandra goes with the French defense, which is her go-to opening. No red tracksuit. Today I'm the only one sporting the Adidas stripes. Or maybe Andrea's wearing it, because she did say she was going to wear the tracksuit until she got her baggage back. Oh gosh. Josef plays a move that he's never played before in his previous games. Okay, I'm not super happy about this. So previously, he's played quite a bit of pawn to e5. He's played pawn takes d5. And he's also played pawn to d3 on move 2. So the guy has really struggled to find something he's happy with against the French. but now he's going into the McCutcheon variation, where this is one of Alexandra's favorite openings, but I'm also not sure her prep is actually that good. But she's played this many times previously, and she has stated that this is her favorite opening in the French. Okay, Alexandra. So basically, this is already kind of tricky. White puts the bishop pointing down on the black queen. And Alexandra decides not to capture in the center, which means that this pawn may advance and attack the knight. Instead, Alexandra moves her bishop out to do a counter threat with her bishop down towards the white king. But then after pawn to e5, you cannot move the knight because then your queen is captured. But this is all played before. Alexandra first kicks out the white bishop, forces the bishop back. Then she trades her bishop for the knight because then the knight will no longer control this e4 square. And then she gets to jump into that square herself. However, it does seem like her opponent is well prepared because he's playing reasonably quickly. And this move, bishop to c1, I've never even seen before. This kid might have some kind of grandmaster prep. This is very, very scary. On the plus side, Alexandra has her knight in the center of the board. But the kid is playing quickly and he's getting the green star best move sign. Alexandra plays pawn to c5. That seems very sensible. And now computer says only good move for white is knight to e2. I have never seen this before. I had no idea you could play like this against the McCutcheon, which is not a super good sign. And he does play knight to e2. This kid is prepped. And that is very scary. Alexandra now has a problem with her knight because pawn to f3 next will kick this knight back. And frankly, like if Alexandra does something normal, like trying to develop her bishop, then pawn to f3 kicks the knight back, and then pawn to h4 kicks the knight back again, and the knight goes from being the most important piece in the center of the board to being rather insignificant on the edge. I'm so amazed I didn't even know this line existed. Okay, apparently the more computer is thinking about this, the more it thinks this is okay for black. No, now it changed its mind again. Now it's saying it's good for white. Wow. I didn't even know this thing existed. I'm gonna go to the database. Okay, so in this position where the kid went bishop to c1, there are 85 games with bishop to c1 and 2,107 with queen to g4. This boy is cooking, or rather he has been cooking in his opening laboratory, and now he's giving Alexandra a taste of what he's cooked, and it's not looking promising. It seems like this is quite a talented cook, and some kick-ass opening is being served. Okay, not great. In other news, Andrea is still not at the board. Andrea arrived. We still have no Andrea cam. Do you know why they start with 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds per move? Seems a bit odd. Well, the rules state that you get an additional 30 seconds per move. And the interpretation is that you should also get an additional 30 seconds for move 1. Her cam is up now. Okay. Let's go check in with Andrea then. Okay, her cam is up. But Andrea is still nowhere to be seen. Okay. Cam down. Cam up. And Andrea is in the tracksuit. Okay, I see how it is. Baggage has not arrived yet. That's what that means. Okay. Andrea once again has made this classic mistake of putting her knight in front of her pawn, making sure that the pawn is unable to attack in towards the center. I hope I'm joined today by lots of Jabava London haters. Classic. It is quite classic for Andrea. She plays pawn to e3, which is the same move she played against the Ukrainian kid earlier in the tournament. That game ended in a draw, but Andrea had good chances during, and there was a bit of a skerfuffle, is that the right word? About whether or not her coach had prepared the correct line, and it was revealed that the move knight to d7 was not in the coach's file, but it was played by Andrea's opponent. So, but it seems like Andrea was happy with the opening, even though the computer already thinks black is better. So computer thinks black is better. This is the same position Andrea had earlier in the tournament. Pawn to c5, pawn takes c5, knight to d7. That was the continuation in Andrea's previous game. And now we're going to see whether Marek Tobias Yannick is aware of that fact. Okay, so far... Wait, did this just happen? The guy is literally copying the previous guy. They're playing the same thing. Although the previous guy did not take with a knight here. The previous guy, I feel like he castled or something. Wow, Andrea's opponent really do be checking out her previous games in the tournament and playing the exact same thing. Is that allowed? Are you allowed to play the same opening as another guy played? Yeah, that's fine. Definitely allowed. But I mean, in Andrea's case, should you be playing the same opening again after the computer says that black is just better after 8 moves? I feel like that's going to be a topic of discussion. Didn't she win that game? That game ended in a draw. But she was worse and better at multiple points It was an eventful game. Why do the Botezes have wooden boards? Because these wooden boards are special. They have some electronics in them that enable the moves to be relayed online so that we can follow them on chess.com events. Is Alexandra playing another kid? I to some degree, both of them are playing kids. But these kids are way older than the other kids we've had previously in the tournament. If they both had the same score, are they likely to be drawn against each other? They both have the same score right now, and they have separate colors, which increases the likelihood, but there's like 250 players in the tournament, so that by itself does not mean that they are gonna play each other. But I estimate if they continue being on the same amount of points for the last 2 rounds, there's a fair chance that they will end up playing each other, yes. Can you fix Alexandra's camera so we see the bottom of the board? I guess I can do that. You make a fair request and your wish is granted. Look at those tech skills. If only I knew the new developments in the McCutcheon French, as well as I know the OBS adjustments. Is it just me, or has Alexandra risked a bit too much early on? I wouldn't say she risked a bit. I think her opponent just is super well prepared. And he played an extremely uncommon line that apparently the computer loves. So she's just been taken by surprise in the opening by a very well prepared player. And frankly, that kind of thing happens every once in a while. That knight is sad. The knight has been on a bit of a journey so far. But the good news is that most of White's moves in this opening has been with the pawns. So it's not like Alexandra's gonna end up in big trouble because of that knight. Because the way White has played to make this happen has been doing some stuff themselves. Like they moved the bishop 3 times and it ended up in the starting position. They've been moving pawns, which can sometimes be overextended. So I'm not super pessimistic yet, but it's I'm mostly concerned about the fact that I didn't even know this line existed. Which of course is part of why Alexandra's prep might be suboptimal here. Let's check in with Andrea instead. Andrea has voluntarily allowed her opponent to capture the bishop pair. She's basically just provoking me at this stage, doing everything that I've ever told her not to do. That being said, if Andrea can try to take control in the open file with her rook, this might not actually be that bad. And she has good dark squared control, with her bishop controlling some of the important squares in the center of the board. If I'm black here, I'm probably playing knight to h5 to try and trade off this this bishop. But isn't she being prepped by someone else? Yeah. No, I mean, if I was preparing Andrea, you would not see this many Jabava Londons. Trust me. But on the other hand, she has been winning with this opening, so what are you gonna do? Surely Yosef has to be out of prep soon. I think Yosef is out of prep now. But unfortunately, the computer already feels like white has a significant advantage. I don't really understand why though. Okay, so the top move for the computer is bishop to a3. And we don't want to trade here because then we do want to trade here if we can get this. But we don't want to trade here if that means that we can never get our king to safety. Even though we win a pawn in the center. Yes, even if we win a pawn in the center, these kind of threats are very scary on the black king. But after a move like bishop to a3, Alexandra should be able to go pawn to b6. And if pawn takes, now she can castle before this bishop is pointing down. And if the pawn just continues capturing, opening up against the rook will just move. And if the pawn continues capturing, we'll capture this pawn in the center, and then we're going to capture this pawn on the side. And actually here, even computer agrees that Alexandra is much, much better. Because white has no development. White has no pawns in the middle of the board. White hasn't gotten their pieces out. The black rook is going to be very active, pointing down along the edge of the board. White may be up 1 or 2 pawns, but you got to involve your pieces into a chess game. You can't just play with your pawns and think that's going to be okay. So this is an example of how white's ambition can backfire in terms of not prioritizing development of the pieces and not prioritizing getting your king to safety. Speaking of the white king, how is actually the white king going to find a place to go? If you go to the right side, to the queen side here, then your pawn structure has already been ruined by the fact that you have doubled pawns split up and opening straight into the king if you castle over here. So probably you're going to want to castle over here if you can castle at all. And frankly, if you castle here, then the rook will move away from the protection of the h4 pawn and the black queen is ready to pounce. So white's king, already now, I can pretty much tell that the white king is not going to castle. And that means even though computer really loves white's position is also incredibly dangerous. Because one wrong move and you're going to get punished for your lack of king safety. So as long as Alexandra doesn't trade these pawns, as long as Alexandra manages to castle as soon as possible, then I think the computer's evaluation, or rather the computer's dissatisfaction with Alexandra's position will go away. And look at this. Like, the kid is so... is I said that Alexandra is not playing Andrea today, but she might be facing the boy version of Andrea. Because this kid he's so aggressive. He's moving all his pawns up the board, but that could backfire. We've seen it backfire in Andrea's games a couple of times this tournament already, and it could backfire again. That being said, computer still feels like white is better though. If I'm Alexandra, I would want to go here and try and activate the bishop. And in order to prevent the bishop from moving out, white is going to have to move the knight up. And then I would try to go for this pawn to f6 early on. I feel like this might be sensible. To try and open up with the white king having absolutely no pawns close to it or close to anywhere it might go. This is going to be a really exciting game. Joseph don't mess around, but what he's doing is super risky. Okay, in Andrea's game, Andrea's opponent has just voluntarily offered to trade off his bishop pair, and Andrea's opening has been proven a success despite my dismay that the computer was saying black is significantly better already on move 6. In the current situation, Andrea is definitely better because she no longer has to be concerned about the long-term issues of black having the bishop pair. And now black has a bit of an issue with this bishop. The bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. And that's going to be a long-term issue to deal with for Marek Tobias. Tracksuit supremacy? We'll see. We'll see. Because what has been the habit? Look at how Andrea doesn't have a single pawn that has gone 2 squares forward. Like, every time Andrea's gotten herself into trouble in the last 3 days. Wow, what are you doing? Knight to f8? Just castle already. Okay, I don't know what Alexandra is doing. It's not just the fact that she didn't castle, it's also the fact that she's actively blocking herself from castling. The most shocking thing to me about this move is that the computer doesn't hate it. Because that's literally a piece that was, okay, it was not great, but it was not awful either. And you're moving the piece to block your natural development. You're spending time moving this guy a 5th time, 6th, instead of developing your pieces. And still the computer doesn't hate it. Ah, she's planning to go pawn to h5. Ah, so her idea is that if white doesn't pay attention now, then pawn to h5, create some pressure here, And if white chooses not, well, white may want to avoid this trade because the trade would open up for the rook. But if the pawn moves forward, then the knight actually gets a good, very good placement here on g6. But if she goes with the knight to g6 first, then she's just going to get kicked around once again. Wow, computer's saying this is good for her. Apparently the computer wants Alexandra's plan of getting this knight to e7, which makes no sense to me because this knight cannot go anywhere on the next move. Like, this knight is being blocked in every direction, and we just spent an additional 3 moves to get it from a bad position to another bad position. The French is a very mysterious opening. Mysterious people, mysterious opening, mysterious everything. I don't know how to deal with this. What do you like to play versus pawn to e4? I play like the superior version of the French. I play the Caro-Kann. I also sometimes play the Sicilian, and I play the Berlin because I'm a grandmaster, and it says in our grandmaster contract that all grandmasters must play the Berlin. It's just how it is. But I must admit, after working with Alexandra, I have played a couple of French openings as well. And I've been doing pretty well with it. Doesn't this move block White's knight from advancing though? In the variation or right now? My concern right now is just that the white knight will go into an attacking position and start attacking the king side, and Alexandra can't even castle to protect over here because she spent time moving this guy around. I wonder if knight to f4, can you play here? Is this a good trade? Yeah, no, that doesn't feel right. It's so easy for white to attack this pawn. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very complicated position. But I have some concerns about Alexandra's attitude towards not castling. It feels like she doesn't prioritize castling quite at the level that and also moving the same piece again a 5th time in 12 moves. This move feels so wrong to me. But computer says it's completely fine. So I don't know what to feel about it. Something I understand better is Andrea's position. She just moved the rook to the open file. And as a public service announcement, let me tell you guys that rooks are good on open files. Because rooks hate that pawns block their path. And what is the definition of an open file? It's a file without pawns blocking. So rooks and open files, they just go together. And Andrea is comfortably better, according to Engine. And I gotta say, I really like her position. I don't necessarily approve of the way she got here, but her coach has some. I like a good it feels very high level when you go into a variation that the computer dislikes, but you end up having an advantage 4 moves later. Because that's like the ultimate chess preparation, because it means that you say, okay, objectively, maybe like if my opponent was a computer, this would not be good. But against a human player, the ideas inherent in the position are easier to understand and implement, which makes this a good opening despite the computer initially not liking it. Right now, on this left bar on Andrea's board, it says plus 0.26. And the plus means that it's to white's advantage. But I want to take you back a couple of moves. Not that many even. When it said minus 0.54. So a lot of people, probably myself included, would see that the computer really likes black's position. And I would say, yeah, no, this is not great. You cannot play like this. But Andrea and Benzea, they worked together and they figured out that this is not so silly. And they have been rewarded with a good outcome in this opening. And this could potentially be a 3rd win in a row against a higher rated opponent for Andrea with the white pieces using her Jabava London. Already declaring a win. I'm not doing it already. I'm just saying that she's been doing well with her whites. She's been doing well with the Jabava London. And she's going to want to keep that streak going. Knight to f4 on the board from Josef. This is what I was concerned about. The knight is coming over to the h5 square where it will attack the g7 pawn. And I'm concerned about what Alexandra is intending to do with this knight. Computer says Alexandra should just play queen to a5 and then bishop to d7. And when the white knight comes to the edge, computer is saying she might even just castle and sacrifice the pawn. And this comes back to what we talked about earlier, about how the white king has no safe area on the board right now. As a consequence of Josef being so aggressive with his pawns on both flanks, he has the long-term struggle of how to deal with his king positioning. Alexandra plays knight to d7. So she really just cannot stop moving this knight. Let me see if I can do that in colors. Do. Normally moving the knight this often in the opening would be a complete disaster. But Alexandra's opponent has only developed one piece at this stage. He's been so concerned about pushing the pawns forward that all this time Alexandra spent with her knight might not even be that big of a deal. Ooh, very interesting moment now in Andrea's game. Computer wants pawn takes f4. This is super thematic. Oh, she plays knight takes almost instantly, but that was a really big moment in the game, because if she had taken with the pawn, that would actually help her control of the d4 square, because it would make it more difficult for black to push a pawn forward to attack a knight located on this square. Oh, darn it. I actually thought about sending her a message about being on the lookout for these kind of safe places for pieces. And this would have been a terrific illustration of that. Taking with the pawn, giving herself voluntarily an isolated pawn in the middle and a doubled pawn on the f file. That was genius, because afterwards she would be able to get her knight to the d4 square, and this knight cannot be kicked out by any black pawns. And part of the reason why is that this black pawn can never move forward because of the control the new white pawn then offered. That's a really nice positional feature, but unfortunately Andrea captured with the knight instead. This is still pretty decent for her, but taking with a pawn would have showcased some really excellent positional understanding. Hard to figure out. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but the fact that she captured with the knight so quickly kind of tells us that she didn't even consider it as an alternative. And it would have been a really classy move to make. I've seen a lot of comments in chat about how Andrea is kind of like the tactical one, and Alexandra is the positional planning one. And there's definitely some truth to that. Okay, Andrea plays pawn to d4. So she's trying to go with a knight to d3 and improving the positioning of her knight. But the problem here is that this knight, when it tries to move forward, it has these two squares under control, protected by a pawn. However, if the knight moves up on the left side, then the pawn can easily kick the knight out of there by going one step forward. And if the knight tries to go to this e5 square, then black can also figure out a way to, in the future, kick this knight away with the black pawn on f6. So the key difference here is that right now the squares Andrea are trying to create for her knights on e5 and c5, both of those squares can be taken under control by a black pawn. And that's why it's less effective than this brilliant pawn takes bishop move, because after pawn takes bishop, the knight would be able to get to the d4 square, and there would be no chance for any black pawns to kick this knight out of its positioning. The more I think about it, the more I feel like actually not taking with the pawn here was rather a sizable mistake. And to be fair, also making this trade is a mistake, because then you allow white the option of taking with the pawn. That would have been super, super classy for Andrea, and it would have made her plan moving forward very easy. Now, instead, black does have a bad bishop. This bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. But the thing is that if Andrea now tries to reroute her knight to these squares, then black will be able to trade off the bad bishop against the good knight. And even though white is slightly better, it's very likely the game will end in a draw. So we'll keep checking in on that. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has played knight to h5, and he got a question mark for it. Because Alexandra, having done all of these maneuvers with her knight, she just plays g6. The white knight cannot move into the f6 square because that square is under control from the black knight. And the white knight will just have to step back here. And I have given Alexandra a hard time, considering all the times she moved her knight around. But frankly, now the white knight is not that much better, especially if you also consider the bishop's back and forthing. The bishop has already moved 3 times, even though it's still in the initial starting position. This game is very weird. We're at move 14 and none of the players have gotten anything into the game as far as pieces are concerned, other than the knights. Knight to g7. Knight to g7 would just be a losing mistake. Yeah, it's check on the king, but when the king moves closer to the knight, there's just no way for that knight to survive. The knight is trapped behind the enemy pawns. Benseiya is in chat. I showed her the E takes F4 idea, says Benseiya in chat. Oof. That's not great news. It would have been a very, very cool idea. For the next tournament, the girls need a proper 8-week chess training camp in the mountains. I mean, I'm game. It's just that getting 8 weeks off their schedule is just never gonna happen. With a montage, we love a good montage. Andrea plays against a high-rated chair today. Her opponent is stretching his legs. Yes. Just skip the camp and do the montage. Do you think that will have the same effect on the chess playing abilities though, Tella? What are players allowed to do while not at the board? They are allowed to get coffee, tea, water, snacks. They're allowed to go to the bathroom. They're allowed to observe the other games going on. They're allowed to do a lot of things. What they're not allowed to is read a chess book, consult a chess engine, and talk to their chess playing friends to discuss the current situation on the board. What about phones? Yeah, good question, Martin. Phones, so back in the day, it used to be that you had to turn off your phone when entering the chess venue. But it's become more strict the last couple of years. And now the rule is that you're not allowed to bring a phone to the venue at all. What about teddy bears? Unfortunately for Alexandra, teddy bears are allowed. And that might be the reason she lost yesterday. Nerf teddy bears? I don't know. I feel like teddy bears are fair game. I think they're balanced. Mostly used by a younger player, but then the older player should have some advantage from having lived many, many more years and had more time to practice their chess. So I think the teddy bear does balance itself out. Teddy bear +3 comfort, -4 coolness equals balanced. Yeah, maybe, but then we may need to do an Adidas sweatsuit, tracksuit comparison as well. How does the Adidas tracksuits score on the coolness scale if a teddy bear is -4? What about watches? Basically anything electronic is not allowed anymore. And analog watches are not allowed anymore in the big tournaments. Most of the big tournaments. For the life of me, I don't understand why, but people do be paranoid these days. Do they pick up everyone's phone before the start? So a lot of venues will have like somewhere you can deposit your phone during the game. When you're staying at the venue, like Alexandra and Andrea, you can just leave your phone in your room. That kind of thing. I really wonder how so many people can take time off work or school or something. I'm jealous, says Spiral. Are you American, Spiral? Just asking. He played knight to g3. Yeah. Moves coming in kind of quick now. Alexandra does play queen to a5. This is a good move. And part of the reason why this is a good move is that this queen will help trade off this bishop later on. Alexandra has the same kind of problem with her bishop as Marek has with his. Both Alexandra and Andrea's opponent are struggling with a bishop that's being blocked by their own pieces in multiple directions. However, both players now have a path to fix that circumstance, because they can both try to get their bishop into the game pointing down from like b5 or a6, these kind of positions. In Alexandra's case, what's going to happen is that her opponent is going to point this bishop in towards the queen, and then Alexandra will play queen to a4, which is a classic move in the French. You avoid the pressure from the bishop, you prevent the white pawn from advancing along the side, and you keep control of the a6 square. Now, this last thing is the most important, because now if white develops their bishop, then pawn to b6, and we can go bishop to a6 afterwards, and then Alexandra will be able to trade off the worst piece she had in her position. She'll trade it off for the white bishop, and then she'll get rid of her worst piece. She'll get rid of white's bishop pair, and frankly, she's also gonna get ready here to castle queenside to get her king to safety. So right now, I'm really loving, actually, Alexandra's position. It's not long ago that I was giving Alexandra a really hard time about how this opening went. But now after bishop to d2, targeting in towards the queen, and she plays queen to a4, black's queen is active. It's putting pressure towards this d4 pawn, but most importantly, we're getting ready to trade off the light squared bishops, and that will give black a massive advantage. Wasn't Alexandra on her phone before the match? I don't know. The cameras they're using are not phones. Why not queen to a3? So computer actually wanted queen to a3, but queen to a4 makes more sense just because it's the normal way of playing in the French. But part of the reason why people play queen to a4 is that usually the white pawn is one step further advanced. So queen a3 is usually not even an option. And what you do when you play chess, essentially, is that you rely on previous games and the plans utilized in those games to kind of use those same plans yourself. And so because there are very many situations in the French in which you go queen to a4, then that's also going to be Alexandra's choice, because she's very familiar with this opening. She's seen a lot of games being played here, and she knows the standard plans. The fact that queen to a3 was even possible is quite a significant anomaly. I think I got it right. To how this kind of thing works. Okay, we got a move in Andrea's board. Bishop to d7. Good move, unfortunately. Getting ready to try and have this bishop get active, pointing down. If Andrea now continues her plan of activating the knight, then the bishop will be able to trade itself off for the knight, which in this case is good for black because that bishop had some concerns about its future being blocked by their own pawns. So Andrea's game, I'm shocked to say, is kind of boring. I didn't think this could happen when Andrea Botez plays chess, but her position is kind of boring, kind of equal. There's been some trades, there's an open file, but the problem with there being only one open file is the fact that we might end up in a situation where Andrea tries to get 2 rooks pointing down the c file, but then black says, I'm going to point my rooks down as well. And we just end up in a situation where the rooks are just traded off. It's the only good place you can put the rooks on the open file. And then all the rooks get traded off, and there's a lack of pieces with which to win the game. So, and I'm curious how Andrea is gonna cope with the position being boring. Is she gonna say, okay, I didn't manage to get kind of the situation I wanted from this, I'll just make the draw? Or will she go bananas with her pawns trying to attack the opposing king? Because that's what she did yesterday. Bananas seems to be the brand of chess we play lately. It's definitely been Andrea's brand. And then Alexandra has had longer games with more like strategic nuance situations. But today, Alexandra is playing the crazy stuff. Or rather, Alexandra's opponent is playing some crazy stuff. But so Alexandra has responded very well so far, and White has it's in Alexandra's game, it feels like her opponent has overextended with the pawns and is gonna be punished for his early aggression. Were you caught off guard with the French? No, French is Alexandra's favorite opening. But Joseph played a third move that he's never played before. VOD, you can definitely become master level even if you start playing late. At least that's my opinion. But I will also say that the reason most people become good start when they're kids, it's because you have so much more free time and you have so much more kind of lack of responsibilities as a kid, which just naturally serves you well when trying to improve in something because it gives you more practice time. So as an adult, you're not going to be able to practice as much as a kid, but if you do the right things and put in the work, then you can definitely have success even if you didn't start until you're 22. You also learn faster as a kid. Yeah, people say that. I'm not sure I believe it. I think that's also related to the fact that kids have more time. So it feels faster because they're kids. But they might actually just be putting in a lot more time than adults. They don't just say that, it's true. I mean, it's definitely true for like languages. But I'm not convinced it also applies to chess. I think one thing kids do that's very, very useful from a learning perspective is that kids don't question things as much as adults do. So if a coach tells a kid that, oh, in these kind of positions, you should play like this, the kid just says, okay, I'll do that next time. whereas an adult is very focused on trying to understand, okay, I need to understand why am I doing this. And so adults kind of, they question the process a lot more, which can be detrimental to their learning rate. Andrea definitely questioned her coaches before. Andrea might be an exception, mess up. But she also goes through coaches like wildfire. Are you the coach currently? Not for Andrea, fortunately. But we have another guy in chat who is the coach. Andrea is his problem now. We have an announcement that you can follow Andrea's coach on Twitch. Alex Benzea. Last seen playing chess. At least that's a good sign. Andrea's coach was last seen playing chess. Alexandra's coach last seen playing old school RuneScape. It does seem like Andrea's coach is a bit more serious when it comes to the game. I need to fill up tea because, frankly, my sore throat is hurting so much. I'm going to take a little break, but while we go on a break, let's also take this opportunity to promote something you guys can do while we are on a break. And in order to do this properly, I'm going to have to import a new source into the stream. We're going to call this image Botez merch. And then you might understand where I'm going with this. We are going to be promoting the Botez shop, available through links currently probably being spammed in chat. And we have a nice little picture to show you how you can look with the Botez merch. So I'm going to take a little break. And you guys start shopping for the Botez board or the Botez sweaters here being featured by the Botez sisters and some of their fans. Okay, I'm back. And did we get any moves? Alexandra has played pawn to b6. Very happy to see this move. This is part of the plan with playing bishop to a6, trade off white's bishop pair, and also trading off the worst placed piece in Alexandra's position. Her opponent, Josef, continues being super aggressive with the pawns. And now after bishop to a6, I think probably he wants to go h5. And he wants to force this trade between the pawns now that black cannot reject the trade without losing a pawn, since the other white pawn has also advanced up the board. But the long-term issues in white's position still remain. The white king has absolutely nowhere safe to go in the long run. And Alexandra, after playing bishop to a6, she is going to be able to castle queenside afterwards. So I'm really liking her position at this stage, and things are looking good. And she's playing so quickly. She actually has almost a 30-minute time advantage. And she's been trying to play quickly on purpose now for a couple of games in a row. And it hasn't really paid off so far, I would say, in terms of number of points. But I'm really liking the attitude and the confidence it exudes. Castling on move 20, what are these kids like? Yeah, I don't know. Alexandra has not castled within the first 15 moves of her games. And I can think of at least 3 examples where she's been super late to castle this tournament already. Hammer, what type of tea are you drinking? So basically, I Googled what is the best way to deal with a sore throat, because it's really hurting right now. And tea was on the list, but they specified that it should be decaffeinated tea. And I haven't been following that advice until now. So I got some, I don't know, ginger and lemon tea. Honey is nice. Trust me, I already spent a significant amount of money on honey. And I bought another one. And it's just, yeah, I'm trying. It's only money, honey? Yeah, this is true, Vicky. Seriously though, Alex now prepared for long castle? She is. I'm really liking her position. Honestly, I'm surprised the computer doesn't think Alexandra has an advantage. But she's playing good moves. She's making the right trades. And her opponent has nowhere to put his king in the long term. And she's playing quickly. Like, what more can you ask for? Any chance Marek is getting time trouble? I mean, I will say that it's a pleasant surprise with both sisters having a significant time advantage. I'm not sure we've ever seen that before. As far as I know, this is the first stream where they're both playing in the same tournament, so that's a first. And I've been doing commentary every single day, so I should know. And I think this is the first time they've been both up on time. And then usually they have like a 30-minute think for one move to ruin everything. But so far, so good. Are sunglasses allowed? Yes. Yes, they are. I don't know why Andrea doesn't have sunglasses. According to my sources, sunglasses are part of the basic base tracksuit thing she's doing. Sunglasses are in her luggage. She could have bought new ones though. Might be in Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, let's not bring it up with her, shall we? In case you're unaware, Andrea's current choice of fashion is not representative of her fashion style, at least so she claims. But it is a protest against Air France having lost her luggage, being unable to find it at the Charles de Gaulle Paris airport, despite Andrea having her air tags with the precise location. And Andrea would love your support on her tweet, where she expresses her frustration towards Air France. Did Dina attempt to help out yesterday? I don't know. I feel like if Dina had attempted to help out, then the thing would have been resolved already. Daughter asks, what about queen to a3 trying to go to c3 after? It's definitely a viable plan. The problem is that when we make a threat, the opponents tend to respond to that threat. So it's dependent on whether we have a good continuation afterwards. And probably we do. Personally, I'm more concerned about Alexandra getting castled, but then this plan could be good. The reason I want her to prioritize getting her king to safety is partly because, well, white is doing some stuff over on this side where the king is currently. And also, if we could get this king over to the right side, that would allow our rook to get over to the opposite side. We have a move in Andrea's game, queen to a6. This both protects the pawn on b7 and allows the black bishop to come forward and try to attack the white queen afterwards. I would expect Andrea to play the move knight to d3 now, because this knight would love to jump in to the c5 square to try and attack both the queen and the bishop. And frankly, I would suspect that she's going to play this move rather quickly. Speaking of rather quickly, look at this. Alexandra is sitting at the board as Josef makes the trade of bishops, meaning that she gets another instant move. And now I'm going to read the number of minutes Josef has been thinking since we were in this position. So here, Joseph was pretty much still in his prep. He hadn't used any time whatsoever. But then he spent 6 minutes 49 seconds on this very aggressive pawn move. He spent 8 minutes 58 on the knight moving forward. The knight moved even further forward, actually getting a question mark. That was 3:48. And then 8:33 on the retreat. And he also spent 7:57 on this bishop move. 5:59 on this pawn move. And now the trade of the bishops, that was played in 6:56. So what I'm trying to say is Joseph is getting into massive time trouble as a result of having difficult moves to make, difficult plans to formulate. And in the meantime, Alexandra hasn't spent more than 3 minutes on any of her responses, which is why she's managed to build this incredible 35-minute time advantage. And she continues playing super quickly, and she castles. I like this move. This is the move we wanted from her. And now later on, I would maybe consider bringing my knight up to the c4 square. And probably the king should step up one so that the rook has the ability to move both to the right and to the left, depending on where white chooses to attack. Alexandra really decided, I'm not going to get into time trouble today. And it's working out beautifully so far. Is it not dangerous to castle into the open b file? It's not without some concerns. You bring up a very good point, Nyan. But in order to attack this, then you're going to have to first get rid of this pawn. And in order to get rid of this pawn, white is going to have to make the trade in the center. But the problem then is that you give up a lot of central control, allowing black to push the pawns forward, try and open up in the middle, and what's there in the middle? It's the white king. So white definitely has a plan of trying to open up the b file, pointing down towards the black king, but it's difficult to do so without making concessions that will in turn make the white king feel some problems as well. So far, I'm liking this strat. I'm not concerned about any attack down here. And yeah, I'm really liking Alexandra's play, her position, her pace. There's nothing not to like. Did either of them lose on time yesterday? No, they didn't lose on time, but Alexandra did make a couple of mistakes when she only had like 2-3 minutes left. So the classic thing in chess is not that you lose on time, that your time runs out, but that you make mistakes because you're concerned your time is going to run out and you freak out and you make a mistake. Plus, the teddy bear buff destroyed her. It may have played some role. Her opponent yesterday had a teddy bear and Alexandra did not. We're uncertain to what effect, how big of an effect that had, but we can't discount that it was the little advantage that turned it in Antec's favor. Emotional support teddy bears are OP. They can be important for sure. How many rounds are there? There are 9 rounds in this tournament, and every player plays all 9 rounds. So you don't get knocked out just because you lose. But when you lose, you play a weaker opponent in theory, because you always play an opponent that has the same amount of points as you. So when you lose, you play others with few points. And if you win, you get stronger opponents, because then they're going to be pretty good as well. I mean, what did I say? I said I want Alexandra to move her knight up to the c4 square. And boy, does she deliver. Big fan of this move. In general, fan of the way Alexandra has coped with this position. Once again, wow. She's now, the most she's thought about a move in the last 10 is 3 minutes and 5 seconds. She's really playing super fast. And she was also playing super fast at some point yesterday. I was concerned about it yesterday because I felt like maybe she was playing too quickly. But then after she played super quick, she thought for like an hour on 3 moves. So she's definitely capable of still using time. It's just that she's trying to only use time when she's struggling to figure out the right plan. And as long as she has a plan she's happy with, she's trying to play pretty quickly, which is a good strat. I want to encourage that kind of thinking. Ludo update. Okay, I'll give you a Ludo update. So many people asking about it in chat. So Ludo is the player Andrea beat in round 4. And after losing against Andrea, Ludo has not won a single game. Man, Andrea might have broken him. Ludo interview when? We're gonna have to ask Andrea. Andrea is the supplier of the Ludo content. Is it possible to play an opponent twice? Good question, Eronox. And the answer is no. You only play the same guy once. So, for instance, if 2 players are leading the tournament and they score like 5.5 out of 6, both of them, then they will not be playing each other, even though they're the 2 only people in the lead, because they already played against each other. And so they will instead have to play someone with 5 points. Is that what they call Swiss? Yeah, it's a Swiss pairing system. Is it possible to have a free day? I mean, no. But contrary to American tournaments, there's only 1 game per day. So you shouldn't really need a day off at any point. Both are up on time. What the F? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, we're a bit surprised as well, Geraldo. It's not a common occurrence. Can you explain how the time thing works? The time thing is not super complicated. You get a set amount of time, and if you spend all your time and go to 0, then you've lost the game. However, there are quite a few special rules. So, for instance, they get an additional 30 seconds for every move that's made. And after move 40, they get an additional 30 minutes. And then you have to know that, and you have to know that they start with an hour and a half each at the beginning. And then you're all caught up with the time rules in chess. It wasn't that difficult now that I think about it. Question mark. So Josef is trying to... What is he trying to do? Honestly, not entirely sure what he's trying to do with this move. I guess he's just trying to put one of the most powerful pieces close to his king. Because his king could end up in trouble. Engine wants Alexandra to play queen to c4, which is a good move. It's trying to attack these white pawns. And I want to showcase a positional idea I think could be important moving forward. And that is that if white steps back to keep everything defended, I kind of like this move pawn to f6. Because right now, the black rooks have a problem that they're being blocked by the black pawns. No matter where you put these rooks, there's going to be pawns blocking their path. And we want to try and open up where white has a king and a queen. So we want to try and put a rook pointing down here, putting pressure. And in order to do that, we're going to be very interested in playing a move like pawn to f6, making this trade, and then our rook can come in and point down without being blocked by a black pawn. The problem is that if you go pawn to f6 right now, and then there's a trade, then your knight has left the protection of the c5 pawn, allowing white to just come in there and capture that pawn and open up for the bishop that can be pretty powerful in the center, pointing in multiple directions. So the way to do this, if you're clever, is that you first make this attacking queen move, attacking the white pawns, but also giving protection to the black pawn. And if the white knight has to step back to keep things defended, then you go pawn to f6, and now after the trade, this guy's protected by the queen, but also the white knight has had to retreat, which means the knight is no longer controlling the e4 square, which in turn means that the black knight can get a really powerful outpost into white's half of the board. So queen to c4 now is brilliant. Not just because you're going after the pawns, but you're essentially using the threat of capturing the pawns as a distraction for your actual main plan, which is trying to open up for your rook against the white king and queen. So here's what we're gonna do. If Alexandra finds queen to c4, then we're gonna celebrate that she's playing great chess and that she's playing quickly, and we're just gonna be happy. But if Alexandra does not find queen to c4, we're gonna need some sort of a consolation that we're spending our morning / afternoon / evening watching her play, and then she doesn't even have the decency to play the good moves. So we're gonna need something to get over the sadness, and we are gonna do a giveaway for a I think it's a 1 year. Let me double check that. Oh, sorry, no giveaway. She finds the right move. What are we gonna do? No one's feeling sad now, so there's no reason for the giveaway. If only she had played a worse move. Mods saying that let's do it anyway? No. Mods think they are in charge. They're not. I'm a man of my word. Participation trophy mods? Yeah. Everyone's shaking their head. Okay, knight to e2 played. Now this knight is passive. And this is the right moment to strike. Pawn to f6 is the move we want. Trying to open up for the rooks to point down on the white king. And she finds it again. Before I even have time to say, if she doesn't find this move, we'll do another giveaway. Or rather, a replacement giveaway. She keeps finding the right moves, and computer now says Alexandra has a winning position. She's opening up for the rooks. The opponent's king is poorly defended. She has completely blown this kid off the board. She's doing to Joseph what Antak was doing to her yesterday. And she's doing it with pace, which is quite unusual. Does Alexandra have the chance to become a grandmaster one day? Do you really think asking me a question like that is appropriate while we're having like a positive momentum? Because you know that I'm gonna answer honestly, and that's just gonna bring the mood down. I'm gonna try to restrain myself. But right now, she is crushing in this game. That's gotta be said. Alexandra Botez and her interpretation of the French. Name a better combo. So far in this tournament, Alexandra has not won a single game with the white pieces. But she's about to go 2 out of 2 with the French defense. Do you think Yosef has a chance to become a grandmaster? I highly doubt it. How about Ludo? I have my doubts about Ludo as well, yeah. I mean, I know that I make chess look easy, but being a grandmaster is actually kind of difficult. Why is your name so big? Because I got to decide how big to make my name. And I just said yes. How many grandmasters are there? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's about 1,000. He took away his title for a bigger name. I know what's important. Can you lose the Grandmaster title? The answer to that used to be no. But then there was this Grandmaster who got caught cheating. And the World Chess Federation stripped him of his Grandmaster title. Even though he got the title when he wasn't cheating. Because he cheated later on. They took his title. Would you win this tournament? No. If I played this tournament, I would be ranked number 2. So I would have like decent chances to win. But there's so many good players. So like even if you're ranked number 2, you're only gonna have like a 20% chance to win. Maybe even lower. Would you beat Kamer? I'm not saying I would beat Kamer today. I'll just say that when I did play Kamer, I definitely whooped that kid's ass. I gave him nightmares about how to play an endgame like a grandmaster. And with that win, I actually won the tournament as well. So it's quite a pleasant memory for me. How old was he? I mean, it was the final round of a big tournament. So don't ask how old was he. Just, you know, it was... I beat him, and because of that, I won one of the biggest tournaments in Scandinavia. He may have been 12. But, like, why would you even ask? Because I thought we had established that the younger they are, the scarier. Andrea almost below Marek's time right now? Yeah. I'm slightly concerned. Because we all know how Andrea's mind works. And frankly, the moves she's looking at now, they're not going to be like play sensible, move your knight into the center. She's going to be looking at some kind of weird pawn to h4 try and attack. Ironically, pawn to h4 is one of the computer's recommended moves. Apparently, the computer has been infected with the Andrea train of thought. But, yeah, I guess something like this is incoming. Tosh, I'm gonna be doing commentary on Hikaru Nakamura when he tries to qualify for the World Championship match. So that starts in April. I would recommend checking it out. It's gonna be very hype. But before that, I'm doing commentary on the Reykjavik tournament that the girls are playing. In it's only like a week from now. A week and a half maybe. How old were you when you played chess for the first time? I first played in my after school program when I think I was maybe like 7 or 8. 7 maybe. Thanks, Sensei. If she was going to play knight to d3, she wouldn't have taken this long. That's a very good point. Andrea's been thinking for like 25 minutes on this move. And if she was going to play a sensible centralizing move, she probably wouldn't take this long. I buy that argument. Which is kind of why I said, you know she's thinking about something. Some madness. But honestly, even the Andrea kind of move like h4, literally the computer suggestion. So apparently the modern way of playing chess is very much in sync with Andrea's let's move all the pawns forward. Last day is going to be Thursday. X's. Josef move? Yeah. Josef made a move, but he made a move where Alexandra's response was absolutely obvious. And once again, like Alexandra's last couple of moves. Okay, to be fair, this was a recapture, but Alexandra did this one in 8 seconds. And then she castled in 45 seconds. She played the knight up in 51 seconds. And the queen coming in, which was a brilliant move, 31 seconds. And then pawn to f6, she did in 34 seconds. Alexandra has been navigating a really tricky middle game, and she hasn't spent more than a minute for her last 7 moves. Which is absolutely ridiculous. And it's part of the reason she now has a 45-minute time advantage. Technically, I guess 47. And Josef is under a massive amount of pressure. The queen move was way more than a minute. According to chess.com, the queen move was 31 seconds. The chess.com feature is usually correct in time. And she keeps playing quickly. She's legitimately gonna beat this kid on time. In the 25 minutes since Andrea last made a move, Alexandra has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, Alexandra hasn't even spent 25 minutes on her clock in total. She started with 1 hour and 30 minutes. So far, she spent 17 minutes plus some of that increment she gets per move that's being played. Andrea spent more time thinking on this one move than Alexandra has done for an entire game. And Andrea's game is super boring, whereas Alexandra's is incredibly rich and fascinating. Normally, when you play this quickly, it's one of two things. Either you're just completely sick of the game, or the alternative is that you're feeling some kind of zen that just makes you the greatest player alive. There's no really in between. And I'm curious which it is for Alexandra right now. We're going to ask her after the game. Bishop to f2, that doesn't look like a good move to me. I want to see a rook point down on this queen right now. If not giveaway time, ooh, Marker knows what's up. Marker knows that there are some chess.com diamond memberships lurking somewhere and wants to remind me that it's time to put them on the line again. That's fine. Honestly, you deserve that for having the attentiveness of reminding me. Okay. Rook. Well, let me check with the computer. Somehow the computer started to malfunction right now. Am I gonna have to think on my own without a computer's help? That's annoying. The chess.com engine stopped working. That's why the eval bar is suddenly equal. It's not because Alexandra did something wrong. It's just that the chess.com engine is down. The entire internet is down. But then how is Twitch up? Okay, anyway. Let me do some thinking with my brain. That's a bit of an adjustment from just relying on the computer, but maybe I'll manage. So the point of this move is to go queen to d3 and try and trade off the queens. So immediately I'm thinking pawn to h5 could be a good move, because after pawn to h5, if there's a trade, then we take back with the pawn so that we open up here to attack the king. And then after you avoid the trade, that feels like a good moment to come in here, because then we've forced all the pawns to a dark square, which means that all these pawns are going to be blocking the bishop's path, the bishop that's also on the dark squares. So actually I changed my mind. I don't think necessarily Alexandra should go rook to f8 immediately. I think maybe it's better to include this pawn to h5 first. So pawn to h5 is the move. If Alexandra plays pawn to h5, we have a celebration. If she doesn't do it, we'll do a giveaway of 1 month chess.com diamond membership. And also, if Andrea uses more time, if Andrea gets lower than 30 minutes on the clock without making a move, we'll also do a giveaway for a month chess.com diamond membership, because frankly she's making us sad with her thinking, or rather we're concerned about her well-being, but she's literally in frame. I don't even know what. I'm so curious what she's thinking about. give away their stuff when they make us sad. I think that's a good principle, Sly. What she's thinking about her luggage. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that was true. I know it's a joke, but the funniest jokes are funny because they're true. Sometimes when you're playing chess, and especially if you get stuck on a move, you start thinking about everything else. And she might be plotting the demise of Air France. Why does Andrea always play 1900 and up? So basically what happens is that you look at who has the same amount of points as you, and then you sort them by rating, and then you say number 1 from the top plays number 1 from the middle. And in this way, there's always going to be like a favorite in the games. Alexandra plays rook f8 instead of h5. Reportedly, this move may actually have been better than the move I wanted, but I'm a man of my word. So let's do a giveaway for chess.com, because frankly, I'm concerned that Alexandra isn't going to play a single bad move this game, and then there's not going to be any giveaways. So the computer malfunctioning here for a little bit. That made me think h5 was the best move when maybe this one actually was. And let's do the giveaway. Mods, what am I saying? We need a word. Is that how it works? Okay. Hashtag giveaway for those of you who want to be part of the draw for a 1-month chess.com diamond membership. We might have another one in 4 minutes because Andrea still hasn't made a move. Andrea's been thinking now for, I swear it's been like 40 minutes. I've been told that Andrea is the content brain in the family. But thinking for 40 minutes, that is not good content. Can you please fix your headset? What are you unhappy about? Are you unhappy of the way it looks on my hair? Or that it's white? Head dent? I mean, it's my head to dent. It's not on your left ear, but yeah, no, like, what I'm actually using these for is just because I need them for the post-game interviews. I don't actually need them during the game. Added 5 entries to the giveaway. Only 600. Gerber, are they all... Are all these hashtag giveaways actually registering? Or did we overwhelm Moobot? Okay, we'll continue doing this for another minute. You get a minute 40. A minute 40 more time for everyone to participate in the first giveaway, because frankly, after that, we're gonna have to do a new one. Because I said if Andrea thinks her time down to below 30 minutes, we're gonna do another. And she's been thinking now for 43 minutes on this one move. And we're 1 minute away from actually having another giveaway. I guess Andrea really wants you guys to have your chess.com diamond membership. I don't know how else to explain this. Her opponent must be bored out of his mind. Imagine just having to wait for 45 minutes straight. That is wild. Okay, 10 more seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, let's close down the first giveaway and then start the second. Andrea has spent more than 45 minutes on her move. Congratulations, Philly 020. Philly 020 has been drawn for the giveaway. Congratulations. But let's start another one, Gerber. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has played queen to d3. So he's trying to trade the queens, but frankly, even a queen trade is not going to save him here. Even if Alexandra just moves the king up, the trade of queens, like these black knights, are so well placed. And notice how they're sitting on squares where there are no white pawns that are able to attack the knights. This is such a classic strategy that when your opponent is too aggressive with their pawns, it means that often they will leave behind squares that they're no longer able to keep control of. And that's how Alexandra is able to get these very well-placed knight into the white half of the board with a huge advantage, according to the computer. Hashtag hammer time is the new word for the giveaway. But frankly, I'm more concerned about Andrea time. Because she needs to get a move on. Okay, she finally plays. 28 seconds left she had when she made the move. No, actually it was worse than that. And knight to e5. It's not the spectacular kind of move I was expecting from a 45-minute and 21-second think. Honestly, I can guarantee all of you that this move, had this been a 1-minute game, then Andrea would have played this move without thinking. And instead, she ends up using 45 minutes for it. It's not a great sign, but at the same time, it's not a bad move. It doesn't hurt her position. It's still an equal position. But she has optimized her chances of getting into time trouble. Or she used 45 minutes so that she knows all the next 9 moves she's gonna play. Says, Daddy's gotta eat. If we all had your optimism, Daddy, the world would be a better place. Your faith in your streamer is impressively strong. Impressively wrong, but also impressively strong. Okay, bishop to b5 already played, attacking the rook. If the rook goes to d1, then Andrea will lose, with both her queen and her rook trapped on the same diagonal. So she needs to go rook to e1. And if Daddy's gotta eat is right, then Andrea will move within a couple of seconds because she had everything calculated already. Isn't that right? Damn. Now we're doing both a prediction and a giveaway at the same time. We're desperate for that viewer attention, apparently. Okay. The giveaway is happening. And the winner is Probabilistic. Congratulations. Please send a message to the mods, or the mods will send a message to you if you have your whispers open. I think Air France has broken Andrea. It's not out of the question. That may have happened. But I'm not sure she's insured. I hear the airline ruining my chess playing abilities is not the most common travel insurance clause. Okay, she plays rook e1 though. That was the best move. She does get a green star. Good for her. And lots of people get poor gambling. What is Alexandra's best move right now? The computer believes quite firmly that the best move for black here is pawn to h5. You may remember how I wanted to play this pawn to h5 move previously, on the previous move. And to that, I can only say Grandmaster. So humble. I mean, you don't become a grandmaster by being humble. Why not g5? Okay, that's a good question. So pawn to g5 is also a good move. But the disadvantage with this move is that it opens up along the flank, and that might cause some problems. Well, actually, the more the computer thinks about it, the more it's kind of liking this move as well. Okay, chat, I guess you have a point. So pawn to h5 and pawn to g5. One of the two. Both are good. Was Yosef's opening too complicated for him? I mean, it was not too complicated for him. It was just complicated for everyone. All humans. He played a really interesting line that the computer thought was brilliant for white. But it was always going to be tricky, and it was always going to... The main problem with Yosef's opening was that he was never going to have a safe place to tuck away. Sorry. He was never going to have a safe place to tuck away his king. And that was one of the major issues with his opening. And that is one of the major issues with his position right now. He was so aggressive with the pawns that it's left some weaknesses behind where Alexandra has managed to place her pieces. And it's created some targets in the position. So this is kind of like... Josef is kind of playing like Andrea has played every white game other than this one. In that Andrea is always super aggressive with her pawns. And sometimes it backfires. And that's kind of what happened to Josef here. The pawn aggression has backfired. How many players at this festival? In Andrea and Alexandra's group, there's like 150 players. And then there are some other sections as well, so maybe 200 total. Wow. I noticed how chat yesterday started accusing Antec for cheating. I wonder where those people are today. Because Alexandra really do be playing some amazing chess right now. That was the top computer move, and it was not an easy one. Where are the Alexandra cheating allegations? You mean confirmed by Hammer? I'm just saying that if you're gonna accuse people for no good reason, why are you not accusing Alexandra today? She's playing super well. She doesn't have a teddy bear. And that's why she's not cheating? Is that what you're saying? Kramnik gonna look at this game for sure. Yeah. We all know that former chess world champions have nothing better to do than check Alexandra's games. Okay, g5 played. That was the best move for white. So white needed to avoid this trade because it would open up for the black rooks to attack the king. That was just not going to work out in the long run. So white needed to avoid that trade, but the problem is, after pawn to g5, notice how all of these white pawns are located on the dark squares. And then look at the bishop. The bishop is also on the dark squares, which means the bishop is being blocked by its own pawns. Pretty much no matter where we put this bishop, there's going to be at least one pawn blocking the bishop's ability to point into black's half. So when you only have one bishop left, a very common strategy is to try and place your pawns on the opposite colored square compared to your bishop. And the reasoning for this is that both the bishop and the pawns capture diagonally. And in order for them to work together and control both the light squares and the dark squares, diagonal pieces can only capture to the same colored square to the one that they're currently standing on. So when you have a dark squared bishop like this, what white would have liked to have right now is their pawns one step further back on the light squares, so that the pawns were taking control of the squares the bishop could not. And let's look at some of the consequences of this. For instance, the knight on e4. Had the pawn been one step further back, the pawn would control the e4 square, while the bishop can control the other squares that this knight can move to. Then the situation would be under control. But because neither the bishop nor the pawn can control a light square, this knight in the center is safe here for the foreseeable future. It's incredibly tricky for white to get rid of this knight. And if you make the trade between the queens, then you're never going to get rid of this guy either. So the only reason that this isn't game over at the moment is that white has this hope that at some point in the future, he can force Alexandra to trade queens on d3, that Alexandra is the one to make the queen trade. Because if she does, that would be a significant mistake, since after pawn takes d3, this pawn actually takes under control both of the squares that the black knights wanted to use. So queen takes queen here. That would be a losing move, because after that you have no hope of ever getting these two squares back under control. I don't think she's going to trade queens herself. No, she's definitely not going to do that, because she wants her pieces to have these safe squares. Black has a great position, but what's next? Yeah, that's the tricky thing in chess. And I'm not sure what next. I would think maybe you move the king up. But yeah, you make a good point. It's not clear what she's gonna do next. The problem is, after something like this, then white can trade the pawns and then go rook here to attack the knight. And so basically attacking the knight forces the knight away from protecting the queen, which would make the position more bearable for white. But something like this is probably what I would both aim for and be concerned about with the black pieces. So I would want to address this threat. So maybe before playing my king up, I would play pawn to a6 and then push my king up. Computer actually says that this is almost equal. I don't understand that. But yeah, you're definitely right, chat. It's not super obvious to see how to proceed. Andrea's opponent makes a move that has the engine jumping in white's favor. I mean, we'll take that. What is going on? The black knight challenges the white knight. Engine says trade knights followed by rook to c3. And Engine says this is quite favorable for white. Let's investigate what happens if black moves the rook over. White moves the rook over. We can get a trade. And then we can get another rook to challenge the white rook. And we get another trade. And now computer says that white should just rush the pawns up on the king side. And the computer still feels like this is favorable for white, despite all the rooks disappearing from the position. That's very interesting. And to be frank, pushing pawns in front of the king, it's kind of Andrea's style. So this continuation seems to suit her instincts quite well. It's also worth noting that an important kind of sentence or quote or rule of thumb, I guess maybe you call it, is that a queen and knight cooperates better than a queen and bishop. So that's a general rule of thumb to try and evaluate positions with. Having the queen and knight working together is generally more favorable than the queen and bishop. But they also say that a rook and bishop cooperates better than a rook and knight. So if Andrea were to trade off the queens, then the position would be better for black. So with the current knight versus bishop situation, it is in Andrea's favor to try and get rid of the rooks rather than getting rid of the queen, which once again plays into Andrea's hands, seeing as how she needs the queen to do her bang bang strats. They both lost yesterday? Yeah. Yesterday was a tough game. Andrea chooses not to trade. And instead she allows the bishop to trade for the white knight. Ooh, but this is interesting. I think Andrea has prepared a trap for her opponent. So in general, black is concerned about this bishop because black has these two pawns on the light squares. You have the bishop on the light squares. And, well, basically the same discussion we were having about the bishop and the pawns in Alexandra's game, that also applies in Andrea's. So in general, Marek would like to trade off his bad bishop, and now it looks like he has the possibility to do so by capturing the white knight. However, if bishop takes knight, then the white knight is not going to recapture. Instead, the white knight is going to take the black knight, attacking the rook, and if the rook moves, then the knight will jump back with a double attack on the queen and on the bishop. So it's a trap. Her opponent cannot get rid of the bishop. That being said, her opponent can capture the knight, and after the recapture, then pawn to f6 kicks the knight from its position. And after the knight goes back, then the bishop can actually move forward, attacking the queen. The queen has to move. And then Andrea's opponent can actually capture this pawn. The idea is that there's a super tricky trap that if the rook tries to attack down towards the the black queen, the queen can actually move to the side, offer a queen trade, and if you trade the queens, black manages to open up for the rook against the bishop, which is super fancy. But that also means that we're finding situations where Andrea could end up in trouble, which basically hasn't been a thing so far this game. Her position has been very safe and sound until now. We're discovering variations where black can be greedy and snatch a pawn. Greeting, Garbriz. How are you doing? We need a Botez versus Botez final round. I mean, it's not out of the question. As long as the sisters have the same amount of points, there's definitely a chance that they'll have to play each other. We were so concerned about Andrea's 45-minute think for the knight move, but this is actually the best time situation she's been in a couple of games. Yeah, she has this weird tendency of starting out playing super quickly in like the first 8 moves. And then she always, like, she spent, I think it was 30 minutes in her white game against the other Joseph. And then she spent 35 minutes on a move against Ludo pretty early on. And now she spent 45 minutes here. The only reason Andrea is always down on time is because she has that one move where she spends an incredible amount. But other than that, it's been reasonably sensible. What happens if you run out of time? Unfortunately, the rules are quite strict on that. If you run out of time, the game is lost. And that's that. Alexandra moved? Yeah, rook to e8. I'm not sure what the point of this move is. So I'm gonna need her to make another move before I understand. Oh, actually, no, I do understand. She's just gonna play pawn to e5. It wasn't that hard to understand. Yeah, so what Alexandra wanted to do is that if her opponent wasn't paying that good attention to the threats, she wanted to play pawn to e5. And then if this pawn captures, then you open up for the rook to point together with the knight against the bishop. And if the other pawn captures, then you can make a trade. And then because the king is on the same file as the rook, you can capture the pawn. No problem. And you've managed to open up for your rooks against the white position, which the computer estimates as a winning advantage for black. So the plan was good, but the opponent understood the plan and figured out how to prevent it. So bishop to e3 was played, and now pawn to e5 is not possible. Which means now Alexandra has to come up with a new plan. So she spent 13 minutes on this move, concocting this this e5 plan, and then her opponent spent 1 minute and 13 seconds playing bishop to e3, and now this whole plan just got ruined. So Alexandra has to start from scratch, unfortunately. Andrea trap failed. That's unfortunate. Could have gone e5 without the rook. No. Then you just lose a pawn. Because now you don't have the takes and rook up captures. Okay, Alexandra plays king to c7, which, if you've been paying attention, was actually the move I wanted. So I'm going to say that's very good news. She's found a good plan. She wants to move the king up. And my only concern about this plan was that the rook would come up here and attack the knight. But Josef Bensi, he's very low on time. He doesn't have time to like really delve into the nuances of the position. And instead he plays this rook to d1, which frankly doesn't really do anything. And now Alexandra can then just continue her plan and move the king further up. And like, what is white gonna do? White is really running out of sensible plans. Like, this bishop cannot really do anything. It can just sit there and defend the pawns. This knight has to defend this one. The queen has to stay here to neutralize the black queen. The king just has to hope that black isn't able to somehow get the queen over to that side of the board. So the only piece white really has the liberty to move is this rook. I mean, I guess you could technically go here, but then you give up the pawn. Okay, apparently that was not a good move, but at some point it might be a concern that this pawn could be captured. So to me, it feels like the only move white can really make, is moving this rook around. I'm thinking you should move it up here, but it illustrates how limited white's choices are. Which is why I'm suggesting Alexandra just move the king up and just improve the positioning of your pieces while keeping the tension. And maybe your opponent is going to crack and be so frustrated about the lack of available possibilities, and he's going to make a mistake and lose the game. Why is pawn takes a bad move? It just allows our opponent to activate their pieces. Right now, this bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in multiple directions. If we take this white pawn, then white takes back and gets their bishop into a good position. I don't see why we would ever do such a thing. White's pieces are super passive here. They cannot move. Why would we increase their scope by making the trade? In Andrea's game, pawn to f6 was played, kicking the knight back. And for the first time in a very long time, Engine actually feels like Andrea's opponent has the upper hand. And one of the moves we're concerned about now is bishop to c4, trying to target the pawn on a2. How does Andrea have time advantage again? It's pretty sensational, yeah. But she did play quickly until she had that 45-minute think for a single move. In the meantime, Alexandra has played king to c6. And her opponent is basically just moving the rooks around. But Alexandra's opponent has really sped up. I'll give him that. He's been impressive with how he's coped being low on time. Would it be terrible to get the a5 knight to f5? Definitely not. That's an interesting plan. We can move this one over and try to go here. My concern is that if we move the knight back, then white is able to trade the queens, and I'd rather have a knight on this square rather than a pawn. Ooh, and actually computer says this is bad because the white knight will be able to come up into the center and attack 2 pawns and the king. But that doesn't mean we should dismiss the plan. The plan of getting a knight here might still be good. We just need to work a bit on the execution. And in fact, one of the top recommended moves here is knight to d6. This knight was super well placed in the center, but it was difficult to see how black was going to progress. So here, moving the knight back so that we can move it up to the f5 square instead is interesting. And then we saw earlier that this plan of trying to get the knight up might be a good idea. So that's what we're going to try here. And then after knight comes in, pressures the bishop, bishop moves back. There's an interesting idea here with trade of queens. And then this move, pawn to c4. Previously, I said that under no circumstance should we make the queen trade, because then this pawn comes in and takes control of 2 of the squares we want to put our knights on. But in this circumstance, making the trade is actually very clever, because when we follow up with pawn to c4 afterwards, there's no way for white to prevent the trade of these 2 pawns. And because there's no way of preventing the trade, it means that no matter what happens, the trade will proceed, and then the knight will actually manage to get to the c4 square afterwards. So this is like some of the positional features that are working still in black's favor. Alexandra plays rook to f5, so she's trying to double up her rooks. Her opponent plays knight to g3, trying to kick the knight and getting a trade with the black knight. Suddenly they're playing super quick. The trade of knights happen. Ooh, and then Alexandra plays rook here. But actually, Alexandra missed her moment here. Because here, she could have done that same very clever plan we saw in the variation we analyzed earlier. Alexandra could have made the trade between the queens. She's thinking that's not possible because then the pawn gets the c4 square under control, preventing my knight from coming in. But actually making the trade is brilliant because after pawn to c4, you guarantee the trade of these 2. And after the trade, the knight can come in. And this knight is superior to the bishop. And even though both players have the same amount of pawns, the computer feels that black is just winning here. Because the knight is superior to the bishop. And also, it also does matter that black has a 2 versus 1 on the side of the board. So you can advance these pawns to create some danger over there as well. Probably it's not a disaster that Alexandra didn't play that, because frankly, she's going to have the chance to do the same thing later on. Like, it's not like white can avoid this trade anytime soon, which means that Alexandra can also on the next move make this trade and then push the pawn up, and we will get that very sweet position with this superior knight against a bishop that's being blocked by its own pawns. Is it possible to get more time? They get an additional 30 minutes after they reach move 40 mediocre. Thank you, Leek. Okay, in Andrea's game, her opponent has taken control. Well, not really control. Both players are fighting for control of the open file. Both players trying to influence with their rooks. I would assume Andrea is now going to play queen to b4 so that she's not going to get hit by the bishop threatening the queen. And if her opponent captures the pawn, well, he's not going to do that, because then the queen leaves the defense of the bishop, allowing the bishop just to be captured. So queen b4 would be my guess for Andrea, and computer feels like black actually is slightly better in this situation. Oh, that's a good one. Hammer allergic to bad chess. Well, fortunately, we're getting some decent chess today. But I'm not a fan of Andrea's 45-minute thing. That's fair. Does it take a lot of skill to read what the computers say is the best move? That is not very skillful, but it definitely is a skill to understand the plans the computer is intending. So I'm not saying no one can do what I do, but at the same time, not everyone could. Do the opponents have to agree to be on camera? It's a bit unclear, Randy. It was said previously that in order to participate, people had to agree to be on camera because this is part of promoting the event. But at the same time, like we're not gonna be jerks. So there was one player in a previous round who didn't want to be on camera, and then we made sure that the camera was only on Andrea. Is there a link to these electronic chessboards? Do you mean like to buy? They're very expensive. And I'm not sure how good their utility is in a non-tournament setting. But you know what you can buy? The Botez chessboard. Here being modeled by the Botez sisters and some of their biggest fans. The purple board with the nice stylish pieces. Also, Magnus and Aryan, the name of the fans on the side. They're also wearing the Botez sweaters, which is available in the Botez shop. That was clean. Honestly, I was pretty happy with that one. Oh, maybe the hammer name should be below, actually. Don't give up your day job. This is my day job. What are you talking about? That's harsh. That's very harsh. Instructions unclear. Bought Adidas hoodie. I mean, I don't blame the confusion. Can we have a hammer board too? No. Like, what would that be? Maybe you can sell the board with a hammer that once you get sick of chess, you can just destroy the board and all evidence so that you're not reminded of your erroneous past. Question mark move. And honestly, the correct reply now for Alexandra is pretty obvious. Alexandra can now sacrifice a pawn. Pawn to e5. Why is this good? Well, because if the pawn is captured, then there's no pawn blocking the queen's path, which means you can go queen to e4. And we talked about this earlier, that the white king is really hoping that black queen never gets over to the other side. And now after this queen move, you open up for the knight to come in afterwards. So white tries to make the queen trade, but then knight to c4 attacks the bishop, attacks the rook, and it's game over. I do agree that Alexandra is a bit more strategically and positionally minded than her baby sister. But I will say this, that compared to me and I think most chess players in general, Alexandra is still very much of an attacking person, an attacker. And pawn sacrifices like this, I think that comes naturally to her. She's gonna be on the lookout for these kind of sacrifices. Baby sister? I thought you're allowed to say baby sister for any sister who's younger. Are you saying younger sister and baby sister are not synonymous? You can, yes, of course. See? Don't criticize my language skills when you don't know yourself. Will Andrea find e5? No way they misspelled the prediction. Prediction shut down, called out, and shut down. But we're gonna have a new try. Will Alexandra find a pawn to e5? That's the big question happening right now. It was a trap to get all the points. I wouldn't put it past these mods. I swear that they've swindled my channel points once. Though, to be fair, there was another time where I may have rigged a result for the thing that the fewest people had voted for to make myself a couple of 100,000 channel points. But, you know, that's just sensible. Alexandra doesn't find it, unfortunately. She sees the idea because she's trying to get her knight to the c4 square, but she didn't see that she could actually move her queen into the attack. That being said, this move is also winning. Because frankly, this move it's doing the important part of the thing, which is getting the knight to the c4 square. And frankly, like, if you look at something like rook back, knight comes in, attacks queen, attacks bishop, bishop, queen moves away, queen into defense, bishop moves away from the knight. There's gonna be some kind of situation here, I would guess, where you can sacrifice here and then you open up for the queen towards the white king. Are you saying this is not gonna win the game? Okay, this does win the game. Ah, but white doesn't need to capture back. What about rook takes? Okay. Apparently, yeah, it's not as straightforward as the pawn sack would have been, because the pawn sack would be so powerful because the queen retained its central positioning as a part of the attack. But I'm going to say Alexandra is very likely to win this since her knight is coming to this incredibly strong square. Do they have another game after this one? There's 2 more rounds after this, but they only play 1 game per day. So next round is going to be tomorrow at 3 p.m. Prague time. That's 9 a.m. Eastern or 6 a.m. Pacific. And the final round, please avert your ears or make sure that you've bought a lot of coffee for the Americans. The final round is at 11 a.m. Prague time, which is 5 a.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Pacific. Oh, Joseph blunders again. I hadn't updated my board, apparently. Pawn takes pawn. Is this a blunder or is it just chat thinking they understand chess but is actually only reading the computer evals? Okay, after this, Alexandra's definitely gonna go knight here, I would think. No, she just recaptures. Oh, and she gets the green star mark for that. Ah, so essentially there's no rush in getting the knight here, and she's just being patient. And frankly, maybe now she can even go with her queen up back into the center and then come with the knight. Ooh, and she also has to move e5. She might not go knight to c4 at all. She might actually just, if the rook moves back, then pawn to e5. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Okay. Ah, but that actually explains why this... So pawn takes here was a bit of a mistake from Joseph. He was already in a bad situation, but now he gave away the pawn that was controlling the e5 square. which means that Alexandra, either now or in the near future, will have the option of going pawn to e5 and try and loosen up the protection around the white king. And actually, because we had this variation where pawn to e5 was answered by the queen coming in to actually turn the tables, that is also a good argument for just returning to the middle with the queen so that you're threatening e5 next. Like, yeah, you want your knight on the c4 square, but maybe it's better to just move the queen there first and then the knight can come after. What move are they on? Alexandra just made her 35th move. So Josef, he needs another 5 moves before he gets an additional 30 minutes. That being said, I think it's more important for Josef that he needs to survive 5 moves or 10 moves. Like right now, the time is not his biggest issue. Right now, his main problem is just having an avalanche of black pieces really knocking on the door, trying to punish the white king. So, I mean, he could have all the time in the world, and I think he'd still lose. Because Alexandra's attack is just crashing through right now. Okay, pawn to c4. Best move. Sacrificing a pawn, but also enabling the rook to maybe join the game. Ooh, and this prevents queen to c4, because if queen to c4, then you can capture the knight. So that's a very clever move, but it also limits Alexandra's choices. So now I guess Alexandra is just going to capture. Ooh, actually, Alexandra can also play pawn to d4. Pawn to d4 might be even better, because then you just win the bishop, since if the bishop retreats, then the rook crashes through against the white king. And like, you can take 2 rooks for the queen, but the problem is this king just still has no defenders around it. And like the black queen will just take lots of pawns and then start checkmating the king. So pawn to d4 is excellent. Knight to take c4, which Alexandra played. That was the best move according to the computer. Andrea is down to 8 minutes, and Andrea has only played 20 moves. So we're gonna have a big time scramble in Andrea's game. But let's hope we get to finish Alexandra's first, because it looks like she's about to take down this opponent to get another win with the black pieces, with the French defense. Alexandra so far has only managed to win with the black pieces. Fun fact. What's the reason for the 30-minute add-on after 40 moves? Good question, Rick. Honestly, it's tradition. But I mean, you could give them those extra 30 minutes when the game starts, or you could just not give them that time at all. So it's more of it's actually kind of because they're being nice to the players. They realize that chess players, whenever they have available time on their clock, they're just going to burn through that time. So giving them 30 minutes after 40 moves, it's kind of like making sure that your kids cooperate by giving them half the toy each. And then it's okay, that was not a great example, but it's basically making sure that people have some time to think after move 40, because they know that people are so poorly poor at time management that if they were given the time earlier, they would just use everything. I have a better analogy. It's like giving your kids access to their college funds before they're of college age. You just know that money is not going to be there when you actually need it. That's a better one, I think. A little better? Come on, that was much better. Prague has public universities. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm European as well. But I'm catering my analogies to the American viewers we have. If we tell them that no one in Europe pays for their university degree, I mean, they would all move here. Or they would vote for politicians who actually, you know, there's this famous Norwegian playwright who said that if you he had some kind of clever thing that's applicable in this situation. You ruined the secret. My bad. Alexandra played kind of a mid-move. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. She had the opportunity to play pawn to e5. To just blow open this whole central thing. And that would have decided the game. Instead, queen to c8 got an X. And now, actually not a mid move. She played a terrible move. Because now if you play pawn to e5, then white sacrifices their rook. And by some kind of a miracle, white is winning in this position. Because there's quite a lot of threats in towards the black king. Uh-oh. Alexandra spent 29 seconds on this move. It did feel like it was a somewhat complicated position with lots to think about. And she decided not to think. Now she found out. Computer thinks that black should run with the king into the corner. That seems pretty good though. But right now, circumstances changed a lot. Pawn to c4 was absolutely brilliant. Remember how we looked at a lot of situations where this rook had to go back and it was just not participating and whatnot? The difference with getting rid of this pawn and then suddenly having the rook pointing down towards the black king, that was brilliant. c4, this move was excellent. And when Alexandra didn't take the opportunity to go for this and do the immediate attack, yeah, I can see why she would be a little bit scared about this, but here she's up a rook, so it's fine. She's gonna get away from it. But instead, she moved the queen back. And now after rook to c3, the threat of sacrificing the rook against the knight is super scary. And frankly, pawn to e5 is still a very logical move. I could definitely see Alexandra making this move, but then she might lose. If he finds rook takes. Alexandra played way too quickly with this queen move back, but now she needs to really sit down and think, because this position is way too complicated to just play any old move. This needs to be thought about. But the good news is, if she finds one of the right moves, she's going to win the game. So a bit of a scare right now, but if she just focuses and finds the right move, she should still win the game. Queen back to a6. Honestly, Cascade, that's one of the top 3 options according to the engine, which is kind of sad. Whenever you go back and forth, especially when your king is in such a precarious situation as this, you know you messed up. How's Andrea doing? Yeah, let's look at Andrea for a bit. Wow, both these players are really not fans of having a decent amount of time in the crunch stages. Andrea down to 6 minutes 50. Her opponent not much better at 9. I'm assuming black is going to play rook to c8. It definitely makes the most sense that you try to have 2 rooks pointing down the open file. Andrea, she moved her knight over here previously, so she's probably going to continue moving the knight over. And that seems like a smart thing to do. I wonder, is there some kind of circumstance? Yeah. There is a circumstance where black gets too greedy and Andrea actually manages to get the checkmate on the other side of the board. But right now, what's going to decide this game is just nerves and blitz skills, essentially. They are on move 21. Marek needs to play another 20 moves. Andrea needs to play another 19. So, this is the consequence of spending so much time earlier in the game. Then you're just going to have to play very, very quick moves in the deciding phase. And then anything can happen, which is kind of good for Andrea. Honestly, I don't hate this for her. Because in these anything could happen circumstances, I feel like that's often a good outcome for the lower rated player. Because it definitely means it's easy for her opponent to make a mistake and then blunder away and lose the game. A reminder to everyone that Andrea has 2 wins in a row against players with similar ratings as Marek Tobias with the white pieces. So Andrea's been struggling with black, but she's doing amazing with white, and right now she does have the white pieces. Conversely, Alexandra has gotten all of her points, pretty much, with the black pieces. and she's struggling with the white pieces. So if we could just combine the sisters into Alexandra playing the black games and Andrea playing the white games, then we would create a monster. Eval broken? Yeah, eval broken. Sorry. I don't know how it happened. Can Alexandra just take on e3? Let's investigate. Knight takes e3. Computer says only acceptable move, rook takes, which is kind of weird because I would have thought queen takes was better to attack here. But apparently after queen takes, you go with the king. You literally have every white piece pointing down on the king. But because no matter what, black can play pawn to e5 next, and then black wins. That's wild. So after knight takes bishop, the only good move is rook takes. But now you have this pressure against the e6 pawn, and you also have the queen potentially coming in from the side. But pawn to e5 is very clever. Or is it? Because then the queen comes in, check on the king. The king goes into the center. Rook takes, takes. Are you going to go up with the king in the middle of the board? No, you're going to move the king back. And then the queen can come up here. And computer says this is winning for black. So apparently you can take the queen. Instead, Alexandra moved her queen up to point down towards the white king. And Josef instantly captures on c4 to get the double exclam. This is very concerning. How did this happen? I don't know. She started moving her queen around. Yeah, this is just over, I think. He's threatening queen here, checkmate. But he's also threatening queen here. And frankly, queen here is also dangerous. That's over. That's over. Okay, so apparently the only move is going with a queen back. But even then, with correct play, white is winning. And the worst thing about this is that Josef just made his 40th move. So on the next move, he can think for 30 minutes. What about rook here? Oh no, then you just trade. Damn it! And then this guy is under attack. That's a very unfortunate positioning of the second rook. If not for the fact that the rook was under attack there, this might have been fine. Oh, Okay, rip Alexandra. Let's take a look at Andrea's time scramble, because her opponent actually thought for 15 minutes on this move, and he's down to just 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. Andrea does make the trade between the rooks. Queen recaptures. Okay, now suddenly black has gained control of the C file. Which wasn't really our intention when we went into this. But the good news is that the recommendation for Andrea right now is pawn to h4 and just trying to get this pawn up as much as she can on the king side. And that feels like a very Andrea kind of move to find. Andrea move? Yeah, Andrea needs to move pretty quick. 6 minutes left. She goes for knight to b3. So, I mean, I hope she's not trying to go rook to c1, because that would be an issue. If she tries to go rook to c1, then that's just checkmate on the back rank. Shouldn't do that. So, okay, b6 has been played. Solid move. Classic move to make when your opponent moves this knight here, because then you prevent both the options for the knight to move forward. So then the question becomes, what's up now? Ooh, queen to d2 being recommended by the engine, and queen to d2 also involves a trap. Queen to d2 is a great move because it both prepares the rook to come in and it contains a trap. Queen to d2, and then if black tries to move up to go for the trade of queens, then Andrea wins after rook to c1, attacking the queen. Queen captures the white queen, and if Andrea now recaptures, then she loses. But because white can first capture the black rook, put the black king in check, so black doesn't have time to move the queen and do a back rank checkmate. Instead, the black king would need to move, and then Andrea has time to capture the black queen. So queen to d2 contains a nice little trap. I assume Andrea's opponent is going to see it, but bigger miracles has happened. Pago, unfortunately, Alexandra's opponent just made his 40th move, which means that he's going to get an additional 30 minutes. But the additional 30 minutes are unfortunately not going to display on the timer until the the 2 more minutes have elapsed. Does rook d5 work for Alexandra? No, unfortunately not. Because after rook to d5, you can just trade and then the queen attacks both the black rook and the black king. Computer says the only acceptable move for Alexandra is queen to c8. Any other move just loses instantly. Alexandra has not played her 40th move. So if Alexandra uses her full 20 minutes, then she loses the game. Why not queen to e7? Because if queen to e7, then the queen manages to attack from the opposite side. Check, and you cannot move your king to protect the queen because the rook is controlling. What about queen to b8? If queen to b8, then the queen comes in here. And then the rook comes in. And then the queen traps the king in the corner. What after king b8? If king b8, then queen to e4. Check on the king. If the king moves back, then the queen comes in. If the king moves back here, then the rook attacks. If the rook blocks, then pawn up. There's a pin. The rook cannot move. There's just bad news in every variation. Andrea has played the move pawn to f3. So her plan is to go rook c1. And she's made some space for her king. But at the same time, she's weakened her position if black should be able to bring the something to the second rank and point across. But I guess Andrea is relying on that that should not be able to happen and that she will bring her king closer to the center. Computer really didn't like this move, but right now I cannot see what's wrong with it. Can Alexandra win in any way? Not if her opponent plays well, no. How does Alexandra's queen c8 move save her? Does she have a fighting chance if she finds it? Yeah, so she has a fighting chance if she finds this. And the reason is the queen protects here and protects here. And also, if the queen comes here to give the check, then the king gets an escape square on the square that was previously occupied by the black queen. But it's this move or resigns, essentially. And this move it's not obvious because there's so many different areas to check. There's also this one, which looks super scary. Okay, pawn to a5 on Andrea's board. That was the #1 move from the computer. Putting pressure on the queen. I assume the queen is now going to go back so that we can finally try to challenge black's control in the c file. Andrea's opponent has less than a minute left on the clock. But a reminder to everyone that they do get an additional 30 seconds per move that's being made. Where did Alexandra mess up? Well, she made a couple of mistakes in a row, but like 2-3 moves ago, she was completely winning. And then she moved her queen back, which gave her knight less protection. And then here she didn't realize what white's intention was, and she allowed a sacrifice with the rook capturing the really strong black knight. And suddenly there's just threats everywhere against the black king. What was the right play instead of queen c8? Here she could have played the move pawn to e5, which essentially just tries to open up for these rooks so that they can attack the king. That rucksack was great. Yeah, it was very good. And also, Josef made a pawn sack earlier, which kind of enabled this rucksack to begin with. But I don't know. I feel for Alexandra because she honestly played a great game and then she just lost her focus at the end. But this is, at the same time, this is why chess is so difficult, because in this game Alexandra decided that she was going to manage her time much better than she has previously in the tournament, and she decided to play quickly. But the problem is she ended up playing too quickly at the end. And it's so difficult to balance what's quick enough and what's too quick. And to be fair, like, she played an amazing game and she played quickly. She managed to do both. Until she made, one mistake, two mistakes in a row. And then suddenly 2 mistakes and it's all over. Okay, Andrea's game. Andrea's knight is getting kicked by the pawn. I assume she's going to play rook to c1 to make sure that she can counter. You don't want to allow the black queen and rook to work together down this open file. So Andrea should not play something like knight to c1, because then the queen can start invading through the c file. So instead, Andrea really needs to try and trade off the rooks in this instance. She played knight a1. Okay, eval bar not working, but I would maybe be a bit concerned about putting my knight in the corner. Especially since now there's no way for white to ever challenge the control black has on the open file. I'm thinking knight into the corner was not it. Okay, this is good though. b3, if we can get this trade and the knight can come back out, that would be great for Andrea. But something tells me her opponent is not going to be interested in that. Yeah, he went for this instead. Because you don't, when you're playing black here, you don't want to help your opponent getting her pieces into play. That being said, after the trade here, oh no, there's pawn to a3. This knight is getting buried alive. Damn. There's just no way this one is coming out. Are we gonna have a second day of double defeats? No. I mean, we need something. We need a miracle right now. Andrea avoids the queen trade, but look at this pawn. This pawn is now 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, and the knight is never getting out of there. Black has complete control of the open file, which means the knight can never get to this square. So Andrea's going to have to play pawn to b4 in order to get the knight out here. But then you just lose a pawn for no good reason, in addition to black still having very active, threatening pieces in your neighborhood. Andrea tries to open up in the center. Yeah, that definitely is her best chance. I'm guessing now takes, bishop into the middle. Oh, it doesn't look great. Tracksuit? Oh my god, you're right. Andrea was doing so well, and now the 2 days she's played with the tracksuit, she might lose. Chat made a lot of fun of me last time. I talked about a chess player's normal superstitions. But, I mean, surely not wearing this losing outfit 3 days in a row, that's gotta be considered common sense. Just confirms Nike is better. Wow, that's... No way you just said that. Okay, Andrea has opened up for her rook in the center, but her knight is still completely stuck. She needs to get her queen involved to have any hope of salvaging this. So pawn to f4 is the best move according to the computer, but it's also the move Andrea's gonna play, because it's the only way for her to bring the queen in to cause any sort of problems. Ah, queen b1, she can actually protect the pawn. I didn't even see that was possible. But she can never capture this queen because then the black pawn gets passed. Also, is that not a free pawn in the middle? Computer not even mentioning the move queen takes d4, but that's a free pawn. And he took it. Makes sense to me. King moves, and now the bishop can come in to attack the queen. This is so sad. Like, literally 15 minutes ago, we were talking about how maybe both sisters could win. And now it's looking real bad for both of them. Jinxed again? I'm not sure I'm jinxing. Like, I also said that, you know, maybe... I said already game over in Alexandra's game. That's also me trying to anti-jinx. But when I'm anti-jinxing, you guys aren't mentioning it at all. You seem to very focused on when you think I'm doing a disfavor to the desires of the streams. How many moves until Andrea gets more time? Let me tell you, that does not matter whatsoever. Unfortunately. Because there's this thing in chess called check and mate. And that trumps time. Yeah. The answer to your question is she needs another 7 moves, but I'm not sure she's even going to be able to avoid checkmate for the next 7 moves. Like, queen up here next. Like, I can't even find a single move for black. For white, I mean. This guy cannot move. This guy cannot move because you need to protect the rook. And if you move the rook into the attack, then this happens. I don't think Andrea's going to survive another 7 moves. So the time issue becomes a bit irrelevant. I just came from the future. The kid will blunder. Andrea will return big. but will still flop. Wow. Oh, wow. No way you came in inventing a future scenario, and then it turns out it still messes up Andrea. Did he just blunder the rook? No. Oh, damn. I saw the camera and I was like, oh, did he just move his rook all the way up to try and attack here and allow Andrea to capture the rook? Which, capturing the rook isn't really the biggest deal about this. It's the fact that you finally get your knight into play. Honestly, I need to go into training right now to work on my sarcasm. Because you know Andrea is going to call pretty soon. And I need to work on myself in order not to have everything I say be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't put your knight in the corner. The knight in the corner controls 2 squares, and knight in the center controls 8 squares. Maybe don't put your knight in the corner. I may have done some sarcasm with Alexandra the other day. You remember that game where Alexandra just never castled her king? It was against the Kuwaiti guy. And her king got in all sorts of trouble. I may have had a little, maybe you should castle your king. Oh my god, did he actually blunder? Rook, queen, checkmate, and threatening the rook? Oh my god, Andrea wins! The guy from the future was actually right! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Andrea wins the game! The rook is under attack! There's a threat of checkmate! Andrea wins! Oh, are you kidding me? No! How? How? Oh, poor kid, and he's shaking his head. And he's having to move his king to avoid the checkmate, but then Andrea can take the queen. No, I mean the rook. I did say we needed a miracle, and I'm pretty sure this qualifies. That is one of the most undeserved victories I have ever seen. But I guess we take those. The anti-jinx works. Andrea's opponent resigns the game. And Andrea gets a 3rd win in a row with the white pieces against higher rated opponents. Turns out tracksuit not the problem. Oh, poor kid. He looks upset. I mean, if that was me, I would be trashing something already. Let me tell you, as a player with quite some anger and having lost many games in my career, this kid is as calm as you can be in this circumstance. I would not be able to stay as cool as collected as this kid. Honestly, admirable from him. But, yeah. Can you explain what happened? I mean, there's not really much to it. So basically, all of Black's pieces were in attacking positions. Andrea basically couldn't make a single move. Her knight was in trouble. Her rook was super passive. Her queen was being not really doing much with all these black pieces nearby. Her opponent decided to capture a pawn, and in general, capturing pawns are good. But then the double attack, threatening the rook. If the rook moves, then checkmate. If the rook moves all the way down, you get a double attack. And if you protect against the checkmate like he did, then you lose the rook. It was just a one-move blunder that turned the game around from a winning game to a losing game. One move, and it's all over. As we see Andrea turning off her camera, we also see that Alexandra was not able to find this queen to c8 move she needed to find, and she's gonna lose her game. Hey.
Hello, Hammer. Hello, chat. I'll try to not. I was just picking my nose. Don't put my camera on yet. I forgot I turned on my camera. I'm gonna wait until Alex's game is not in a decisive moment.
But no, Andrea, you don't understand. Alexandra was playing like the perfect game, and she made 3 mistakes in a row, and now she's gonna lose.
It looks like he's flagging on what I see.
No, but he already played move 40.
Oh, we're delayed. Oh, he just got 30 minutes. That damn time control.
So, like, if he had to make a decision now, then that would be good. But he has all the time in the world to figure out the right moves. And I'm assuming the right move is just to capture.
Well, listen, some of them we deserve to win, but we lose, and some of them we deserve to lose, but we win. So
I'm not sure Alexandra is gonna see it exactly that way, but you're right, of course. Do you want to talk about your game?
But first, we need to talk about something much more important. It was that I heard your. Can you put my camera on stream? Actually, I'll wait. I know I'm a philosophical woman. Been gaining lots of wisdom, like don't be aggressive.
Yeah? How did that work out for you today?
I hope you know there was multiple moments I just wanted. No way, Air France tweeted. I was about to go crazy. Hold on, I've been prepping my next angry tweet, chat, and I actually have. Oh God, now I'm kind of scared. Wait, what did they say? Okay. Oh my God. I'm still gonna tweet at them. Oh, this is Paris Airport. Even if the luggage is at CDG, it is kept in the airline premises and always remains under their entire. From check-in, our company doesn't have baggage or baggage employee. That is bullshit. Wow, this is funny. Oh my God, they replied to someone in their own tweet, but not to my tweet. I'm gonna keep shambling them on Twitter. Wow. How do they not? Oh my, we regret the. Wow, they replied, chat. Oh my goodness, it worked with you guys. And they were no help whatsoever. But at least the power of the people worked. Well, thank you, chat. Couldn't have done it without you. They just gave me some stupid WhatsApp number. But you know what? I will begin to chat with them. But I will save it for after the game. Hammer? You look frozen.
Yeah, no, I'm just, for some reason, the Discord thing is not popping up. Okay, now it is.
Well, chat, I got the reply. It wasn't the reply that I wanted, but we'll take it. I'm so zoomed in.
Yeah, no, I have no idea what went wrong.
You missed a very exciting moment where I heard your tangent the other day that you wanted a little bit of action at the end. So that's exactly what I did, and I gave you a little fist pump, and then you didn't even see it.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. It took a lot of nerves, like a lot of balls, and I almost hyped myself up to go do this, and then he didn't see. Same clothes.
I mean, there's a situation for everything, Andrea. I feel like the fist bump. I have been talking about how chess players should celebrate more. I have done that for sure.
I know. I heard
But
it.
the
So
guy
yeah,
literally went from completely winning to completely losing in a single move. That might not be the timing that you're looking for.
Well, that's why I told you I waited until he was gone. I waited.
Oh.
Yeah, I stalled. I pretended to put my banana away, and then I put my banana back twice so that by the time my banana was in my bag, he was gone, and then I fist pumped. And then you didn't see it, but that's fine. But yes, chat, I'm still wearing the same clothes. I haven't washed my hair in a week. Funny enough, right before my game, the water just stopped working. Well, like an hour before the game. So we just didn't have water either. So I didn't shower. So that's why I looked like a little boy today. Still no clean clothes. Again, I've run out of underwear and socks. Don't have time to go to the mall. I've been wearing my pajamas just inside out because I don't have any more pajamas, and everything in the mall is made polyester. So at this point, I'd rather wear my stinky clothes. And they're not stinky, they're just, been worn, rather than wear polyester. So it's been tough out here. It's been tough. And then the other night, some children found where I live because I was working late night on my techno music, and I left the window open. And I guess they heard me from across the pond because the techno was bumping, and then they started shouting, and I realized my blinds were wide open, and I go and I look outside my window, and I hear a ton of like boys shouting, "Little sister, younger." They didn't even know my name, they just shouted younger sister. And then I go, and it's like 5 boys in their boxers just staring at me through the window, literally, like my door's here, theirs here, and they're just staring at me. And then I close the blinds, and then they continue to yell, and then they just began wrestling each other, and I was really confused, and I just closed my blinds and didn't ask any more questions. So yeah,
And at some point in this story, did you think that blasting techno at 1 a.m. was okay?
They were on. I wasn't even blasting. I had it quietly playing off my laptop. And well, I guess if I had a window open and someone else had a window open, maybe you could, but it wasn't even that loud. So that's really what I like. They must have been like on the lookout for some techno music. But I do tend to get shushed a lot. Haven't in this hotel yet, but maybe it was louder than I remember.
Yeah, chat has some questions about quiet techno. Does that exist?
It was just off my laptop, so really couldn't be that loud, but yeah, we'll see. And I was also sitting in the complete darkness, like just in the, and they just recognized me through like the techno and the outline of me in the darkness, but there was no light in this room except for the small light from my reflection from my laptop. So I don't even understand how they sniped me, but they did. How's Alex's game going? I see a double annotation that could be a double exclamation mark, or sometimes double question marks are given for brilliancy because the computer hasn't caught up with the eliteness of the human race yet.
Yeah, I think you're still living in the 20th century. In the 21st, computers are better, and yeah, it's kind of it's just very sad.
Do you have
Alexandra honestly completely destroyed this kid, and then she's just lacking the finish to I don't know, unconcentrated or something.
I can't believe she's gonna lose to a kid who wore a Thrasher sweatshirt. But then again, I did wear a red Adidas tracksuit, so I shouldn't be judging.
Yeah, I'm really not sure you
but
lost
mine's
your...
irony. One is irony, one isn't. Maybe I should I'm just gonna keep upgrading the fashion. Tomorrow I'm gonna find an even more cringe outfit to wear and just continue. Chat, help me pick my outfit for tomorrow. I think I have like an hour till the mall closes. Maybe you could give me some feedback on my game if it's you don't think it's gonna take away from the hypeness of Alex's.
Yeah, I'm not interested in hyping Alexandra's opponent. So we'll do some hype if he messes up, I think.
Hikaru pineapple shirt. You know, at this point, we might as well go crazy. Red tracksuit again, inside out. Balenciaga, you think I'm gonna get a Balenciaga for this? Okay, question for you, Hammer. So in the game, there were many moments I just wanted to go crazy and do a bunch of tactics. Like I wanted to go rook c7 and then force bishop c6, but then I realized it wasn't good. And then I also had another idea to go knight e3, but then I didn't. Instead, move my rook. Were those two moves good?
So
I'm assuming
primarily there was one very important moment in the game, and Alex came into chat and said that the mistake you made was actually in the notes.
What do you mean Alex came into chat?
Alex Benzea.
Oh, I thought you meant my sister. Ah, yes. Okay. Oh, regarding the opening. Okay, sorry. What did he say?
He said that because after your opponent played bishop takes f4, that was actually a very instructional positional mistake.
Yeah.
Because you could have played pawn takes f4.
Oh.
And then you put your knight on d4, and it's very difficult for black to push the knight back because your pawn is controlling the e5 square.
I had a feeling because, yeah, we studied this, and obviously the kid just copied what my other opponent did who beat me, and we studied and prepped for this.
That other game was a draw, Andrea, but yeah.
I drew. Oh, yes. Well, a draw to a kid is a loss in my book.
He
but
was higher rated than you.
Yeah, but I see myself as a 21. I told this to my coach. He kept saying, like, you shouldn't be so upset about losing. You're losing to 2000s. But in my head, I'm 2100 FIDE. So it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. I see one comment that says, I see you as a 2100. Okay, look, maybe 2050 on
There's a lot of copium in chat right now.
Yeah, it's chess is all confidence. Trust me. It's all subjective. I see. That makes sense. I had a feeling because he played the worst line, and I had a feeling everything was too solid. So that was my mistake. And then,
I would advise in general that maybe knights are better towards the middle of the board than voluntarily playing it into the corner.
Yeah, I played knight a1 because I panicked and thought I was gonna get mated and thought I could build a fortress, except none of my pawns were defended, so it wasn't a fortress, it was just a blunder.
Damn. Alexandra's opponent found the super good move instead of the good move.
Ooh. He got 1 exclamation mark. Well, my sister at least gets 2. What do you call chat? What do you call exclamation marks and question marks? What's the word for that? You guys know the word. 2 marks. Yeah, we won't specify. There, punctuations. Thank you. It's been a long time since I've been in school. She gets 2 punctuations. So if this was a numbers game of punctuations, she would be winning. But then again, listen, yesterday wasn't she supposed to lose, and then he blundered in the endgame? I am 21, 22 soon, actually.
She lost yesterday, Andrea.
No, Alex won yesterday. Oh, shit, you're right. We both lost. Okay, 2 days ago she won. Oh, shit.
I think maybe you should stay off.
Days mixed up.
Yeah.
2 days ago she won a game that was losing. Right?
She was winning throughout, but almost messed it up.
Okay.
No. Actually, no. Yeah, she was in trouble in the opening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but No, I'm kidding. Just kidding. But maybe there is a stronger sister. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I do hope my sister wins. But everyone says I'm the weaker sister, and maybe just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't say it. You said it. I didn't say anything. Okay, back to the game, Hammer.
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
Yeah, I know. I'm already dead. I don't think she's no, I know. No, actually I really don't want her to lose because then we all eat dinner really sad. And we were all really sad last night. What is the rate? She's playing a 2200 or 2100?
1800?
She's playing an 1800. Hi, Dad. Is it time for you to update the rating Excel chart on the fridge? Oh my God. If I don't know if Hammer knows this story, but when I was in high school, my sister was in college, my dad, his Eastern European way of motivating me was comparing my sister and I side by side. So he made a graph of our individual ratings at each age. I was 15, 16 maybe. And the graph went like this, and there was a small moment that I passed my sister, and then I went down, and then she went up, and there was only one moment that I passed her, and then it was all downhill from there. And you shouldn't make Excel graphs for your kids and put them on the fridge. But you know what? Now we can laugh
Why
about
not? That sounds great.
Because I don't think it's good to compare your kids to one another. Because then they struggle with their own sense of identity, and rather than finding what makes them individually unique and what their different strengths are, you focus on turning them into one. And we are not one. But it's very European parenting. You know what? Maybe it did put pressure, but he also told me that if I went to a birthday party, like one in like a couple months, it would be the reason I would lose my next chess tournament. And you know what? It could have been the reason. At the end of the day, maybe he was right.
Okay, that sounds worse than the other thing.
Dad said thank you for.
Yeah, he said that before I heard the rest of that story. I'm taking it back, Papa Botez.
You know what?
I was with you for a moment there, and then I've decided to change my mind.
No, in high school, happy partner anniversary. Aw, is it our partner anniversary? No way.
Yeah, then again, I tried asking Vila what the date is, whether this is like 7 years or what, and we don't know. But a lot of people are saying happy partner anniversary. I haven't really addressed it because I had no idea. Like, I don't know the backstory. Because I was thinking maybe this was the partner anniversary for the name change. But Vila thinks that it's the anniversary of the original Alexandra account.
It would be the original. The birthday story has a different timeline. Andrea's confused. All I'll say is I remember all the times my girlfriends got to have sleepovers and go to the football games, and all the cool kids at school got to do cool kid stuff. Dad said, if you go, you're not going to succeed and get in. And you know what? The truth is, I do look back at all those people, and I do think they peaked in high school. So I do think that Dad had a point. Maybe not going to the birthday parties and all the football games in high school.
I mean, it's bad enough that Alexandra is going to kill you. Now you're egging on your entire high school?
Anyways.
I'm not sure all this winning is all that good for you, Andrea.
Don't worry, it's not getting to my head. I'm not proud of the chess I played today. I couldn't find any reasonable side. Dude, the one thing that pisses me off about Europe, I'm going to show chat. Wait, where is my dirty cup? Hold on. Stay right there. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is what annoys me about Europe. Their sizes for beverages are so small. Like, I drink this in half a second. It's not dirty. It's just my tea from this morning. So I finally found a solution to their portions. And sometimes I bring my gallon to dinner because just Europeans don't drink enough water. And I've been arguing with them, asking them why they don't have larger cups.
I'm pretty sure that's a coffee cup.
No. But even when you go to dinner, what's even worse is they don't have water at dinner. So you can only drink hot water. So you're forced to drink out of this. And then Dina and I found a solution, and we grabbed the bowls that are made for yogurt and fruits, and then we fill it. But even their yogurt bowls are like just this big. Just I don't know. I don't know why Europeans don't drink enough water. And no ice. I don't like ice. I've never had ice.
You
Drink
know,
water.
in general, European consumption in many areas are lower than the American.
Yes, I'm yapping about my hotel chat. You don't need to get offended. I am sorry if I've offended your culture by saying that there was not enough water in my hotel. By the way, I'm European myself. By the way, I grew up with my parents who all of our water was from the tap and we never had ice and I thought it was
Never
weird.
lived in Europe a day in your life.
Doesn't matter. I can talk about European water culture if I want because it's my culture at the end of the day too. Anyways,
It's not though.
we should put Alex's cam back on the stream as well. I don't know, like that is just my cam. I would like to at least still. Maybe we could just. You could give me a small square.
Okay. You trust me to do that kind of thing?
Yeah, you just put a little square. You can put me up in the.
Yeah,
corner.
I'm definitely gonna leak some stuff, but you're fine with that.
I'll wait. You live in. Let me see what chat's saying. Oh, well, okay. Another thing is I drink a ridiculous amount of water to the point that my doctor, oh God, made an 11, told me that I drink too much water. So, like, when I'm complaining about things, don't expect that they're reasonable or logical. I know that I have no points. I just like to rant because I hold things in all day and then I don't have anywhere to let it out because I haven't been outside. Hammer, you're leaking. Because I haven't been outside.
I said I was gonna leak. I don't have a way of doing this without leaking. I
Have you ever
can't pre-crop the
you don't
Discord
have studio
window.
mode.
What?
Studio mode? Studio mode?
Oh yeah, I don't know how that works.
It's just a button and you click studio mode.
Yeah,
and then
I
you
don't know how
do
that
everything
works.
on the left.
I checked what our messages were. It's fine.
Okay. Well,
I don't know where to put you.
Studio mode if you want to be pro streamer, but that's okay. That's okay. Wow. Oof. Well, how did Alex blunder in this game?
She allowed a sacrifice.
Oh, so she missed the tactic?
Yeah.
It's hard to play with Andrea hovering over the board. What do you mean? I can't tell if you're talking from Alex's point of view or if you mean it. Now everyone is going to read the messages and they are so boring, really. Do you think chat provides better content when you guys are getting ignored? Are you saying that Hammer? Yeah, I am too big. You can make me a little smaller. You know, we want to make them feel in the moment.
Even smaller than this?
I'm waiting. I want to just be like a man in the crowd, blending into the distance. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, it's quite small now that I see it. Hammer always ignore us. I tune in just for Hammer. Oh, that's quite tiny, but that's okay. That's good. I'll take it.
You said at the size of the spectators, and now I even made your head bigger than the guy's head in the background.
Well, yeah, in real life, my head is bigger than most of the people in the background as well, so yeah, it should be in proportion. But that's okay. You tried your best. You still don't know that studio mode exists, and it's just a button away, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
Do you want? Maybe I should talk about the chess. So
Yeah.
right now, Alexandra is checkmated in 10 moves. And it was brilliant by Josef to play this pawn to a5 because the Alexandra's queen was reasonably well placed here. So he's using this pawn to lure the queen out of position. And then he's able to do the checkmate. So king up, queen check. If the king goes back, the rook comes in. It's checkmate, or gonna be checkmate. And then if the king moves up, then this is checkmate. And yeah, and now the queen is not able to block any checks or something because the queen had to step away from where it was located. So and also now that the queen has moved up, there's no longer the possibility of trying to hide in the corner because then that's checkmate as well. Yeah. I don't really have anything positive to say. This is just a bit of a. It's sad because Alexandra deserved to win this game. She was completely crushing him. And yeah.
Pressing. I'm from the future. White will blunder. Was there someone in the future spoiling?
There was a guy, I wouldn't say spoiling because he was pretty obviously trolling. But there was a guy who came in and said that I'm from the future, Andrea's gonna win.
Funny.
Well, to be fair, he said Andrea's gonna win or get a winning advantage and then mess up again. So that didn't happen.
Yeah, they were just guessing the most likely scenarios. They said the guy will blunder and she will be winning. Well, I have to say, I have, against the older demographic, I embrace being the 8-year-old in the tournament. But when I'm playing with kids, I've learned to play like rock, like solid. Well, okay, except for night A1. And then you just wait for them to blunder. And I was praying to God by not going into tricky tactics, they would. And they did. So now I understand the whole social hierarchy of chess. I understand it now.
The younger the player, the better the tactics?
Pretty much. If they're young, no. If they're young, you have to wait and play really solid. Hope that under time, you have to take them into the end game and hope that they blend. I didn't really go in the end game, but they blundered under time pressure. But you need to outlast them. You need to outlive them and outlast them on the board. And that's what I was going for. So thank God I had extra time. And then, yeah, when you're the younger one, you need to be the tricky one. Yeah.
So you think playing styles is just a figment of people's imagination and age is the only determinator?
No, I think this is one small factor out of many. I think, of course, opening prep is going to have the biggest impact and playing style. But if you're thinking like long term, like, okay, if we were to spend 5-6 hours just playing chess, how would I mentally defeat my opponent? Versus a kid, I would just hang on there and play solid and hope to tire them out. And
Why can't you tire out the old people?
Well, the old people, you need to go for tricky tactics. And this is also what my dad told me growing up and what my coaches all told me. But I don't know. So just what I was told. Just what Alberti told.
But surely the stamina of the old people doesn't match the stamina of the youngsters.
Kids. Well, exactly. Well, that's why you have to play solid with the youngsters so that they don't have opportunities for tactics, which is why I avoid going for all the really tricky lines earlier.
But tactics is like, that decides the game early, but you're saying you want to outlast the youngsters.
Anyways, it's, it's okay. Only players of such high status could understand. It's okay, Hammer. Don't worry. One day when you're up to my rating, you'll get it.
Up to?
Yeah. Listen, it's a paradox, Hammer. We live in a paradox. People don't know these days. They don't know. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm not playing that much anymore, but I will say that my rating has not expired just yet.
They should put an expiration date on rate. Actually, no, because that's the only way that I can farm some points. But I'm still impressed that one of my opponents, the one who was 69 years old, he watched your game when you were 12. And he was so fond of you. And my opponent yesterday, the German guy, he also said he lost to you. You've got some fans.
Wait, are you saying your opponent yesterday played against me in a tournament game?
He said online.
Oh.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But people are always more excited about hearing that you did commentary on their game than hearing that I'm a streamer. So you've got a lot of fans.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Alexandra is now going to get checkmated in 9 moves with the rook coming in. What are you going to do to cheer her up?
Well, I'm happy you asked because I'm considering just going there telling her to resign so we can go to the spa because there is a very, very affordable spa. Well, I think it's just like a sauna and then maybe they hit you with some leaves, but it closes at 10. And me, Dina, and Alex every day have been dreaming about it. and we haven't had time yet because we've been working until bed. But today could be the day. But I have a feeling that she may be tonight not be the day. But I would like that to go to
But
the spa.
are you not eating something after the game?
Well, if it's spa or food, I don't know. We'd have to really pick our poison. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been sleeping much. Tonight I also need to fix my sleep schedule. And I just had a bunch of dessert for breakfast and I didn't feel very good, so maybe it is dinner time.
You didn't feel very good before you had the dessert for breakfast or after you had
Yeah,
the
after.
dessert?
And then I had dessert for lunch.
For lunch.
But then Dina fed me some soup, so it was good. Dina came here and took care of me. Otherwise I would have been doomed.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So
I don't
after
know.
you felt bad, after you had dessert for breakfast,
Well, I
you
realized
had
I should double
dessert
down.
for lunch as well. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I was like, well, it's
Now,
already now.
Alexandra's checkmated in one move. So
Well,
this is the end of it.
I'm gonna propose the spa.
Yes.
Or food.
The spa.
Or food.
Let's do the spa.
Homer's not mad, just disappointed. You sound like my father when I would make mistakes. No.
What can
but
I
jokes
say?
aside,
I'm trying to win.
I'm
trying to emulate Papa Botez in as many ways I can.
You're doing a good job.
And that's checkmate. GG's.
I'm gonna send her a text. Poor Alex. And she played a good game too.
Yeah, she played the opening was excellent, and she like completely outplayed the kid.
I sent her a text. Well, we've still got how many days do we have left? Oh my god, we only have 3 games left.
2 more games.
2 days? We've got 2 games.
And one of them is a morning round.
Wait, what time is the other one?
So there's one game tomorrow at 3 p.m. and then there's the last game on Thursday at 11 a.m.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Wow, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. That's not good. I thought I had another week in this country. I have no baggage and I have a DJ set in 3 days that I didn't think was in 3. Wow, the days have passed quickly. Wow, oh, I'm so doomed. I need to work on I'm not going to the spa tonight. I need to work on my DJ set. In fact, I probably need to start doing it right now.
Okay.
I have a 2-hour set in Berlin. But I'm going to wait for Alex.
No, Alexandra isn't coming.
Oh.
She doesn't want to talk, which
Listen,
I completely
sister,
understand.
We can still finish strong, sister. And, maybe we go to the spa and they have cake pops at dinner. And,
You're gonna have more dessert?
Okay, maybe you're right. No, I told myself I'll stop having dessert because I think I'm getting sick from all the dessert. Nothing but time will make me feel better. That's what I expected. Hammer, can you help cheer her up?
No. Like, the most difficult thing I know in the world is cheering up a person who lost a chess game. Because I've had my parents try to cheer me up after I play, and it's just, they always make it worse. So right now, my only kind of, when kind of people ask me to cheer them up after they lost, I'm just gonna be like, this is the worst thing ever, and there's nothing I can say to make it better. And like Alexandra said, right, only time will heal the wounds, because losing at chess is so painful, and it hurts your ego, and you feel dumb, and it's awful.
Thanks for all the good vibes today. And chess is super duper fun when you're winning.
You're trying to change it around at the end?
Because we're all going to be back tomorrow. And maybe I'll convince my sister to wear the tracksuit one more time. And maybe we'll get a cake pop tonight. And we're probably not going to the spa because I have a lot of homework to do because I didn't realize and I still don't have baggage. But on the bright side, you get 2 more days. What do you mean you're just making me feel worse? I've been doing nothing but positive vibes. What do you mean?
But
How
I'm
am
telling
I the
you,
one in the
everything
wrong
you
then?
say can only make it worse. It's like, it's how it
How
works.
am I? Well, it's true. Chess is fun when you win. And you know what? I also had many devastating losses and just sat and sulked in sadness. So, all right. Okay. Well, then I have no words, chat. All right. Well,
We
do
are
I?
gonna do a quick little giveaway, the final one
Okay.
of the day. We're celebrating Andrea's big win, her third win in a row with the white pieces. Unfortunately, she's getting black tomorrow, so I guess she'll lose.
Hey, excuse me. All my opponents have played the most ridiculous things not in my prep. Otherwise, I'm very well prepared. I'm winning tomorrow, and I'm winning the day after. I'm ending strong. Thank you, Caspian, for the 5 gifties.
If you win the rest of your games, you're gonna be like 1900 by the end of these tournaments.
I expect to be by the end of Iceland. I want to be 2000. Well, that's probably not possible, but yeah.
Someone in Discord was asking whether you're playing this Canadian Zonal tournament
Oh,
at the
we
end
need
of
to
the
look.
month.
Well, Alex and I mean, you know, everything aside, we have been enjoying the streams and the games so much, and I think Chad has been too. And we do want to look for more tournaments. We obviously have Iceland, and then we have an Italy one in May, but we might want to find another sooner. And depending, use hashtag London to enter. I like the solidarity. And if there's any like chance of me qualifying for the Canadian Olympic team, maybe I will look for some extra tournaments as well. So we'll see where we're at the end of these 2 trips. Thank you, Ulan. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifties. Well, at least chat learned important knowledge that the London Jobava system is a good opening.
3 games in a row.
Would you, consider that yourself to be a true statement, Hammer?
Consider what to be a true statement?
That Jobava opening is a good opening.
No.
But you did say that I'm winning with white pieces, which must imply that the opening is getting me an advantage.
Definitely does not imply that whatsoever.
So there's just no correlation between me winning with white, you're saying?
I'm just saying that you're open. According to the computer, you've been dead lost by move 10 in half your white games.
This is where you're wrong. Because at my level, we don't follow computer chess. We play human chess. And we do theory knowing that the eval doesn't agree with my moves, but knowing that us humans are not smart enough to play like a computer yet.
I actually held that speech earlier today about your game.
Yep. I mean, that's been the basis of my entire...
I didn't say that was, your level kind of thing, but I said it's more like a Magnus level kind of thing.
That's good. I like that. I like being that the next step would be Magnus. That's good.
Yeah. Okay, let's do the draw. Let's do the giveaway. And we're going to give away 1 month of chess.com Diamond membership in celebration of Andrea's big win. She scored 3.5 points out of 4 with white against 1900, 2000 rated players. She has 0 points out of 3 with the black pieces. So we wish her good luck for tomorrow. And congratulations to the winner of our draw.
Yeah. Say the winner. I don't like this being a celebration of me because my sweet sister is sad. Therefore,
no, but it's better that we then focus on you and take the focus away from the disaster that occurred. Did we do the draw? I saw us going into emote only, didn't we?
Don't know if I'm the true winner of today because now I'm gonna have an upset sister and no dinner and no cake pops and no spa. But we shall end on a positive note.
Did you make the draw? I cannot tell.
Me
Can you
make the
announce-
draw. How
No,
am
I mean the mods are doing it, right? We did.
Hello,
Well,
mods.
just post the username of the
Of
winner
course.
once again so that I can announce the winner and then we move on.
Yep. How's Dina doing? We're gonna send Dina a raid
Fire
chat.
Sapper! Congratulations, Fire Sapper, for getting
Fire
the.
Sapper.
You know that person?
I will. No, I'm just adding hype hammer.
Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. We're gonna send a raid. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. Prague time. That's 9 a.m. Eastern, and it's 6 a.m. Pacific. Andrea's gonna be there. Oh, Give Me Adventure is the winner. Why did you say
The
Fire
mods will
Sapper?
DM them. You said that.
No, one of the mods said it in chat.
Mods will reach out and DM you on Twitch anyway, so they will get the right person. Chat, send Dina your love. We're gonna send her a raid. And I cannot believe we have 2 days left of this tournament. It actually flew by. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, because I low-key kind of wish we had more time here. Both for my baggage and the fact that I have procrastinated my entire DJ set. However, 2 more days, and then we're going to be playing another tournament in Iceland on the 15th. So in less than 10 days, we shall have a second brand new tournament hall, new flesh, and hopefully new outfits. Yeah, that's my speech. Did the raid go through or did it disappear?
I can't see the raid.
Okay, it's going through. Flesh has in new opponents and new players. You know, it rhymed and it worked. Okay, see you
bye
chat.
everyone.
Bye, chat.